I'll happen.
That has to totally load, right? So that looks like that's all we needed, right? But he said to like maybe mute it. Oh, right, that one, right? Okay. And when we start with.
There was like something you said to like.
I've always wanted to go to
Well, and we'll see what.
I've always wanted to go to Michigan.
I think
My
maybe
cousin who has the house, she's always entertaining
Right.
family, so
Sure.
she has need more family.
Seriously.
But it's, every picture I see at our neighbors from Michigan, so he's always sending photos when he's up there, and I'm like,
People
oh.
on the East Coast don't know about it at all. I mean, maybe we should keep it that way, but
Yeah,
the
you're right.
water is like the Caribbean in the summer and has to do with the sand, I guess.
You think, is that good?
But
That's perfect. That's
and just this nice white, and you
no
have these
sharks and
inland,
no jellyfish.
number two.
right, and you have inland lakes, like the place that my brother's in-laws stay is
Just,
right, like there's an isthmus that separates the main lake from the
So we were-
smaller lake. So
Right.
the smaller lake is swimmable.
automatically, you think?
Big lake's nice and chilly.
I like it.
You know, it's like the Pacific Ocean. And
Okay.
Okay with us, we
There's a
got a
lot of-
Maine.
a lot of cool towns.
Webinar.
You know, there's
I'll give you a signal.
now there's crawlers everywhere, but it's they have more of a sensibility. I've always said this about Michigan is they went through such an economic downtime that they don't take things for granted like people in Lancaster County do. Like we'll be just fine.
Yeah,
You know,
because
they
Lancaster's always been kind of immune to recession.
yeah,
It hits us last, and,
Yeah.
and, you know, everybody else is getting over it, and we just get over it.
yeah. So people don't worry about stuff, and in Michigan, it's like they realize
So I'm gonna give it just a few more minutes. There's still a few people that might show up, so maybe the 5-minute warning.
so. Yeah, it's a great place.
Yeah.
There's it's like the Jersey Shore where there's places with big money, there's places that are more natural, there are places that are somewhere in between.
He's in the natural area because he's a hunter, so he'll send me pictures, hunting in areas basically.
Yeah,
They are
lots of great
beautiful.
hiking. My brother's a big mountain biker, so he likes to go
What's
there.
that? That's good. And we like cold water. Well, I converted my husband because I was raised, my dad would take us to the Adirondacks and we just run down, and jump in the
Oh,
Springhead
yeah.
Lake.
Right.
So we started going to Maine, and I went right in. Jeff's standing there yelling at me like, "You're out of your mind! My legs are numb." And I said,
Yeah.
"Look at now." He runs in ahead of me. It's hysterical. And
That's
I just like cold water. It just feels good. It really like snaps you.
I thought this was kind of cool. I just got this picture of
Oh,
like
gosh, that's
the
beautiful.
growth, I guess, of
Yeah.
this is if you go up on the hill on the isthmus, that's Lake Michigan,
Right.
and where they're playing.
Wanna play tennis?
Yes,
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
that's the big lake. Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
these are like the beaches on Lake Michigan that are
That's
nearby.
beautiful.
Really,
Nice sand.
really nice inland waterways, nice and clear.
It's a gem.
That's the lodge where I
That's a
stayed.
great place.
Really cool. That's the view from the lodge of what's called Crystal Lake, and that's the isthmus out there.
What are the prices on like lodges? Good, or
Well,
are they just kind of
they're-
Jersey prices?
Well, no, this place is great because you can rent, you know, there's a lot of places like this out here. This cabin's up the hill. The lodge was the first thing. And it used to be they didn't have a road around the lake. It was, you had to go by boat. So in the 20s, it was really rustic. And yeah, so the rooms at the lodge, you have to share a bathroom, are like really cheap. I mean, like 100 to 150. And
Nowadays,
it's a little bit more, yeah. It can get, I mean, to stay in a regular chain hotel up there can be like over 300.
yeah, I know, it's crazy. In Lancaster, it's over 300 to stay in a chain hotel.
Well, and what happened to me, unfortunately, last year is I decided to fly direct from Philadelphia to this town, Traverse City,
Yeah.
which was great when I flew out, but on the way back, I had a mechanical problem. Then there were storms, and I had to spend the night at the airport because there were no hotels. I mean, the only hotels that were left for like, you know, palatial suites for $500.
Gouging, yeah.
And you know, I hadn't brought long pants with me.
Hi,
Kate.
how you doing?
Good. Will Clark. I don't think we've ever met in person.
Nice to meet you.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah, I
I
dominated.
can see a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a little.
that's what Scott says, yes.
Yeah, Scott say that, because that's a lot coming from Scott.
I know.
I mean,
Well, we
I
always-
call somebody a talker.
No, I always tell him that.
Try that again.
He's
We're
great.
still maybe sleepy, I don't know. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Stephen Medvick, Professor of Government and Director of the Center for Politics and Public Affairs here at FNM, and I'm very excited to welcome you to this forum on land use, which is really the first of its kind in Lancaster. It's called the Deliberative Forum, and it's a relatively new way of getting public feedback on important issues facing.
Oh, on this.
Forums like this are increasingly used in cities and countries around the world, but it's never been tried in Lancaster, so you're making history.
One of the small groups.
There are several features of deliberative forums that make them unique. First, you've all been randomly selected from residents of the city, and as a group, you're representative of the larger Lancaster community. In fact, sometimes deliberative forums like this are called mini publics. You're really a microcosm of the broader community. Second, you've been given a lot of information about the topic we're discussing today before arriving, and that makes you more knowledgeable about land use than the average person. And finally, you're going to engage in deliberation with your fellow forum participants. So what is deliberation? What do we mean by that? Deliberation is the weighing of reasons for and against a course of action. It's really important that we weigh reasons. We're not just looking at evidence, but we're thinking through different courses of action and the reasons we might do them. The goal is to come to a judgment, both individually and collectively. So your views may change during this process, they're likely to, and then you're also coming to a collective judgment about, in our case, how the city of Lancaster should use land in the future. So this is very important. It's not a debate or an argument to be won, right? It's a group effort to consider what's best for the city and its residents. So we're going to ask you to be in the deliberative mindset. And that means thinking about the public good, weighing the evidence that you receive, listening to others in the room, coming to an informed public judgment, and trying to find common ground if possible. It's often not possible, and it's okay. I mean, consensus isn't really the goal, but if we act as though it's the goal, if we try to come to some common ground, then the deliberation will be more productive. So just a few ground rules for deliberation. Be respectful of others and of different perspectives. Everybody's view here is valuable, and everybody deserves the respect of being able to express their views. Listen to understand. So when we listen in an argument, we're often listening to think about what the next point might be that we're going to make. Right here, we're asking you to listen so that you understand where others are coming from, the reasons they're giving for the positions they take. If you disagree with one another, please do so with curiosity and not hostility, meaning, you're trying to understand why somebody would have a different view. Where are they coming from? And allow everyone to participate equally. So if you feel yourself beginning to dominate the conversation, maybe step back just a bit and make sure that everybody, as much as possible, we'd like equal participation from everyone in your small group. So the city officials really do want to know what you're thinking about land use here in Lancaster. And so the work that you're doing today is really important for the future of our community. So I thank you for being here. Just a little bit about how the day will work. So we're going to start right after these introductory remarks. We're going to start with you just introducing, you've probably already done that, but introducing yourselves to each other. Maybe an icebreaker. I mean, I heard lots of conversations, so maybe you don't need an icebreaker to become comfortable sharing with one another. But then you'll go through the briefing document, sort of page by page, just sort of reviewing it again and marking down any questions you might have, because I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you have as you went through the document. And then those questions can be asked during the plenary sessions, full group sessions. So we'll begin each section of the day, each topic, with a full group plenary session where experts will give you sort of a review of what was in the briefing document, maybe add to it a bit, and then it's time for Q&A. So we want to be sure that before you go into your small group deliberations, you understand fully the issues surrounding that topic. Then you'll break out into your small groups at your tables. Small group deliberations, those will be guided by your facilitators at your table, who will have a series of questions that you have to consider with one another. And then at the end of the day, there'll be a concluding small group session where you just kind of look back on the day, kind of take stock of what you discussed. And then we'll end with a plenary session where we just sort of share thoughts and impressions and some of the priorities that you came to. So that's how the day will work. Are there any questions about that? Just about the kind of logistics of the day? No? Okay, two really important pieces of information. One is there's plenty of food. So at any point, feel free to stand up and go get refreshments. There's also bathrooms in the back of the room. So as you're heading toward the back of the room, toward the double doors, they are to the left. I just want to end with some thank yous. I want to thank the Center for Sustained Engagement with Lancaster, which is funding the bulk of this forum today. And so they offered us a very generous grant, and we appreciate that. I want to thank the Mayor's Office, the City Planning Bureau, and other city staff for all their help, and especially Douglas Smith, Emma Ham, and Christopher Delps, who are around in the back of the room. I want to thank the Center for Opinion Research, a different center at F&M, including its director, Berwin Yost, who's here somewhere in the back, and also a couple of staff members at that center, Kelly Fry and Julia Haig, a number of other people at F&M who have helped a great deal. And I want to thank our experts who are here today to help us, the facilitators at each table, and our wonderful F&M students who are around taking notes at your deliberations, but also just assisting today. So with that, why don't we break into our small groups for introductions, icebreakers, and a review of the briefing documents. And then we'll, after about 30 minutes, 45 minutes of that, we'll start with the plenary for the first topic. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, so there's going to be a lot of waiting today.
Yes, I think so. Basically, a good way to describe what they're doing or being asked to is you're going to be jurors.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Act like a juror.
Yeah, I actually had
To a
to.
consensus, you know?
I was called right at the beginning of the year, and it was weird because, we were
And we have, we're right in the middle of suburbia. We have turkeys, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
foxes, we have deer, we have,
I remember a deer got hit in front of St. Peter's like maybe a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
So here's how this is gonna go.
Yes.
yes.
So I'm going to introduce Izzy, so he can say a few words.
Okay.
And then I will, I'm going to introduce, I think, all the experts at once.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and come up if you want to sit at the front table.
Okay.
But I'm gonna introduce all the experts and the city folks, just because. when
Makes
the small-
sense.
Yeah, when the small group deliberations happen, you all can just kind of mingle, and
Right.
people will know who to call.
Yeah.
Right.
It'll save time.
And then and then turn it over to you.
Okay, so again, you just want like 5 minutes from each
Just
of
five
us.
or.
Just 5 minutes about land conservation.
About, look, I mean, if there's something in the documents that you want to emphasize, if there's something you want to add to it, whatever you want to.
Do you mind if we
Just
talk
set
a
'em up.
little bit about what we do? I mean, is
No,
that?
that's fine.
Okay.
No, I mean, we have 30 minutes for this part. I have no idea how many questions you'll get on your
Okay.
particular topic.
Yeah.
So if you take 15 minutes total, 20 even, I think that's
So
fine.
in addition to the materials that you've seen, have they been given other planning material? Okay.
It's just that brief.
Okay, and they really are just totally randomly chosen. And so were they just approached by mail?
Yeah, so we cast a pretty wide net, so we invite a lot of people.
Right.
And then it can make people, so.
Yeah,
The people who say they're interested,
Okay.
then from there, we make sure that the participants are
Yeah.
representative of the city. So we wanted at least 2 people from each census tract in the city.
Okay.
And then we wanted to balance it in terms of race and
Yeah.
age. So of the, I think 75 or 80 people responded to say they wanted.
Well, I'm
30 from
impressed
there.
that a fairly large group, because I know that is representative of the city.
Yeah, right. yeah.
Exactly.
Because, we're at the meetings we go to in rural areas, we're used to everybody. I mean, I'm used to everybody being.
Yeah, I know.
Not
So-
me. Your time will come.
It's not far away, believe me.
So when we go up there, I guess.
Nobody looks as young as Scott Standish, but I
Oh my
people usually
God.
think I'm younger than I am too.
Podium.
He was born in November of '57, so
Really?
yeah,
Oh my.
60.
I would have never in my
And you, I mean,
wildest
you should
dreams.
see him.
I mean, to me, he's like a 40 his whole life.
Well, yeah, and if you see apps, like he went on a trip with his kids to Spain.
Yeah, I
and
guess I'm on Instagram.
Well, he's like
Yeah.
shirtless and he looks
I
like he's
know.
40.
I know. What is it with him? What? And he's all the time. He's like, it's around.
It's pretty good though. I mean, he eats salads without dressing. Now that's impressive.
Well, that is impressive. Because I don't like salads with dressing. I don't like salads. I eat them, but I don't like them. It's like the yogurt thing. I eat them, but I don't like
No, he's funny because he's gone from one health craze to another.
You have a whole plan.
Hey, excuse me, everyone. We're about to move to the first plenary session, but before we do, it's my great honor and privilege to introduce a very special guest that we have with us today, City Council President Ismail Smith Waynell. who is going to officially welcome you and open our proceedings. So, Council President.
Hey, good morning, folks. Thank you so much for being here today. When I walked in, there are some of you that I know, and I'm just going to be extremely frank. There are some of you that I know who live south of King Street and live in a lot of our Black and brown communities here in Lancaster City. And in our planning meetings that are held at City Hall, we don't experience this level of racial diversity, of gender diversity, of economic diversity, of geographic diversity. This is a room that is fairly rare in Lancaster, which is one that really meaningfully attempts to be a cross-section of this community. And so I know you all got a letter, and I think you'll be getting a check, but go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause, because this is this is actually extremely important. If you serve on a city board or authority or come to those meetings, it's usually the same 5, 10, 15 people, and we need you. We need the folks who do not think in terms of planning and ordinances, but think in terms of how is it that I live my life in this city. It has been an interesting week for me, and just in the way I see planning, not as a planning professional at all. So if I say something ridiculous, Chris, Douglas, forgive me now. But the placement of material and social and cultural resources together within a community, how do we access them? Either by how do we access them by foot or by car or by bike, or how do we access our neighbors, other people with similar interests, similar values, similar pasts? And the way I see a really successful city is one that is designed to facilitate that access. If we want people to walk and bike places where we have to make it easy to get there, if we want a diverse community that values justice, we have to work to make it affordable to live here. You have to put these things together. So I've had this interesting week. It's been on the news a couple of times, so I feel very comfortable sharing it. I work for the Lancaster County Homelessness Coalition as my day job. By night, like Batman, I am your city council president. But Sunday evening, the Motel 6 on Route 30, where a few dozen individuals who were emergency housed there by the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and other homelessness service programs was condemned following an incident with the sprinklers. And I'll leave the details of that to someone else, but the whole motel was deemed unfit for human habitation that evening. And so there were about 39 individuals who either came to the mass shelter that we set up at the Public Safety Training Center, which, by the way, there's a house there that they can set on fire over and over again to train firefighters. It's called the Burn House. It's very cool. But we had about 29 individuals come there, about 10 individuals come to our office. And it has been a breakneck effort with multiple agencies across the county to get all of them rehoused, some of them in other motels, some of them with friends and family, and some of them, I'm really excited to say, actually were able to move into permanent housing this week. And a lot of that owes to the fact that the resources, the people making the calls, the people providing the resources, the funds, were in a room together to make things happen. To the point that actually we had an individual who had to Uber to work in another county. So you want to talk about putting resources together. So this guy, we call him Dan, is like, hey, I didn't tell you guys this, but I have a shift for work in Lemoyne at 2 p.m. Can you guys get me to Lemoyne? We're all looking around like, okay, who's going to drive this? And we ultimately come to the conclusion that what we're going to do is we are going to get him, we ran down to the sheets, got him an Uber gift card. And said, okay, you've got Uber on your phone, just pop this in, use it to get to work, use it to come back. So he does that, he pulls out his phone, requests a ride. Totally unbeknownst to us, another woman who was also staying in the shelter, who has a van, is an Uber driver. So she pulls out her phone and accepts the ride. Drives him to work, puts a little cash in her pocket, Lord knows she needs it. And, I'm not sure if that follows all the policies and regs, but it got the job done. And that's why it's so important to have our actual community members here, to have our city making the effort, however hard it is, to reach out to all kinds of people, because it's not really about the concepts and the rules. It's about putting our community together in ways that work. You are doing an incredible thing here today. And I know that might not be conveyed by like the step and repeat and the stretchy tablecloths, but like, we do these all the time. You sit in these meetings all the time. You eat the continental breakfast all the time. But this is the guiding document that will take our city forward for the next decade or so. And we need more spaces for recreation. We need more housing, and we need to understand how people who actually live here, not elected officials, not planning staff, people who actually have to live in this community and don't experience it in this sort of weird front brain way that we do in City Hall, get around and make a life in this city. So I'll shut up just by saying thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Very inspirational. You should feel inspired to deliberate for the rest of the day. So, seriously, as I said at the beginning, it is very important work, and I appreciate the president emphasizing that. So we're going to start with the first plenary session. But before we do, I think maybe I'll introduce all of the experts who are here today and some of the city planning staff, because they'll be kind of milling about while you're deliberating. And if you have questions while you're discussing, you can just raise a hand and one of them will stop by. So on our first panel, we have Kip Van Blarkum and Kate Gonick. Kip is from the Lancaster County Planning Department, and Kate is from Lancaster County Conservancy. We also have back in the back Tammy Fitzpatrick from HDC Mid-Atlantic, Will Clark from the Lancaster County Planning Department, Marshall Snively from Lancaster City Alliance, and Winslow Mason from Community Action Association of Pennsylvania. And then from City Planning, we have Douglas Smith, Emma Ham, and Chris Dell. So they'll all be around. They're a wonderful resource that you can draw upon if you have questions while you deliberate. All of them can answer most any question you might have. So the plenary sessions, the way these are going to work is we'll have two experts on that topic who will, again, just reorient you to that topic. They'll spend 15 minutes or so highlighting things, maybe adding to a little bit of the briefing document. And then there'll be time for you, if you generated questions about their topic, which is regional planning and the environment, you can ask those now. And I'm sure if you have a question, many others in the room have the same question. So you can get a lot of answers during the plenary session. But again, the experts will be around as you start to deliberate. So let me hand it over to Kip and Kate for the plenary.
Hey, I have to make sure I don't talk too loudly because both Kate and I are booming voices. But I'm really glad to be here. Thanks, Dr. Medvik. Thanks to Izzy and to the staff of the city for having us participate in this. I'm a planner as well, and it really is unusual to see a group of this nature, very diverse group. We have a hard time at the county level getting that kind of involvement as well. So we really thank you for saying yes and for being a part of this process. So my title, the fancy title I have is Director of Planning Implementation. And that basically just means I was involved in the county plan that's similar to this. So we finished that and got it adopted in 2018. I played a big role in writing a lot of it. I tried to keep it really simple and straightforward. And I think it sets a good direction for all of us to follow in the work we do. So I'm here partially to make sure and have a hope that the city plan will, link to the county plan in some ways. So I really think in this day and age, it's really important to realize that everybody wants to love the place where they live and work. Everybody wants to have opportunity. Everybody wants to have choices, whether you live in the city or somewhere else. So I think it's good for all of us to embrace that. So just like Izzy talked about thinking about the future of the city, we think about the future of the county. And the plan that we develop and the plan that you are working on is not just for, in this case, it's not just for city government. It's like our plan was not just for county government. It's actually for all of our partners. It's for citizens as well. It's really important for you to get involved. It's been really difficult in planning to get volunteers to get involved in things. I think sometimes people feel like they're not being represented and they're willing to let other people make decisions. And you really need to get involved if you want to change where you live. So in our office, we review and comment on development plans, but it's important to realize that we actually don't have jurisdiction. The city is the organization that makes decisions for all of you within the boundaries of the city of Lancaster. But as I'll tell you, we at the county level would like to have you think beyond the immediate confines of where you live. And I'll talk a little bit about the concept of place, because I think that's really important to what we do. So as I said, Places 2040 sets kind of a clear direction, and it thinks of place in many different ways. So as you answer the questions that are put before you today, try to keep all of this in mind. So there's the county as a whole. We always need to think about what that's doing for all of us, whether we have all the recreation and those sort of things that we want to have countywide, whether we have the room to accommodate the growing population that we know we're going to have. And that's something that the general public doesn't think a lot about, is that it's not just that people are moving here, it's that your children and your grandchildren need to find a place to live. They need to find a place to work if they want to stay here and stay close to family. And so a lot of the accommodation we need to make for future population growth is the people that are already here. And that's a big portion of the population we need to accommodate. So another way to think of things is to think about regions. You being a city resident, or not just a resident of the city, you're a resident of the metro area. 50% of the county's population lives here. So as you answer these questions, think a bit about how the choices you make impact the metro region as well. Another way that we think about places in our office is a concept called character zones. And I won't get into the detail of it, but you have some information in your packet about zoning. And I think often when people think about the different kinds of things going on in their community, they look at a zoning map, but a zoning map is a regulatory tool. It's not really a visioning tool. It doesn't tell you what you want to see, it tells you what's allowed. So what we encourage you to see is how your neighborhood is similar to other neighborhoods in the county. Like, the city is obviously much bigger than any other community in the county, but if you live in a neighborhood that's walkable to downtown, you're living in a neighborhood that's similar to a resident of Mount Joy. You might be, within walking distance of downtown Mount Joy, or somebody in Strasburg, or anywhere else. So we'd like you to kind of see the similarities between the places that you're planning for here and other parts of the county, because we think there can be more consistency countywide, and we'd like to see them. Finally, I think I'd really encourage you to see places as they really are. And what I mean by that is, think of it the way a visitor would see Lancaster City or anywhere else that they come to see in Lancaster County. They don't know what the boundaries are. And a lot of times, people might come up from Maryland, a state that regulates things in a very different way than Pennsylvania and the other northeastern states. It's surprising to some people that the city as a whole is really only 4 square miles with a few extensions. That's an unusual thing, but think of, as you're thinking about these choices today, think about how you would react in some ways if you weren't a resident, if you came here and you were judging Lancaster based on what it offers you. think in those terms. I always tell people I did a lot of work in tourism, and a place like Strasbourg, the borough is very small, but Strasbourg as a destination is much bigger. So try to think about these places like, say, Sunnyside Peninsula or Anaheim Pike. Think about what it would take to make it more of a recognizable place rather than just a road that's functional. I think a lot of Americans think of things in terms of, does it work for me? But you also want to be proud about where you live. And I guess I'll leave you with the thought that a lot of times, people like Disney World. They like a lot of other communities because they have a lot of amenities. And for some reason, a lot of Americans tend to think of destinations as places that you fall in love with and not the place where you live. Lancaster obviously has many amenities, but it could be better. And so think of it in those terms. How would you make Lancaster a better place to live, work, and play? Not just for you, but for the people who come here and your kids. So that's about all I have.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. First of all, thank you again for inviting me as well. And I think this is a great group, but I'm really excited about working with you on the city plan. So let's start by raise of hands. How many of you live within walking distance of open space? That's not as many as I'd like to see, but that's pretty good. Okay. And how many of you have experience with any kind of activity regarding native plants or outdoor gardens, rain gardens, things of that sort? Okay, a little bit less. All right, well, I'm here to talk about land conservation, open space, and how we design our communities to accommodate the needs of the people who live there. And you all live there, so it's really important for you to have a say in this. Open space runs across a lot of boundaries. So it would first start with someone's backyard. In your backyard, you can plant native plants, you can have a rain garden, you can have a rain barrel, all sorts of opportunities to engage with the environment and make it a better place for everyone. The other opportunity is close to home, but maybe not in your backyard, a pocket park. We have a few pocket parks in Lancaster City. Some of them have what we call more active recreation. Active recreation means that you're having something like a playground or some facilities on the land. So most of what we think of in cities are parks. Parks are active recreation. Outside of cities, we have preserves. Preserves are not active recreation. They're called passive recreation because they have few facilities, are harder to get to. Once you get there, there's really nothing but the outdoors to hike on. And but they're all very, very natural, and again, and sometimes a little restrictive because different individuals cannot access them, not just because of transportation needs, but also because of health issues. Any other, myself, there are some trails that the Conservancy owns that I can't access. So I actually go back to that. How many of you are familiar with Lancaster Conservancy? Okay. All right, well, I'm glad you have walking open space, but fewer of you know about Lancaster Conservancy. And you know why? Because we don't do a lot of work in the city. We do a lot of work with street trees, we do work with rain gardens, we do work with stormwater, but we haven't really preserved open space in the city. The reason for that is planning. And the planning that goes on says, okay, let's preserve these forests that surround Lancaster County. Lancaster County Conservancy's job is to preserve forest land, not farmland, forest land, and to have it open for public use. So the idea is let's preserve these forests surrounding the county. Very few of them, less than 50% of our space in the county is in forest land. Let's do that because it's great for fresh air, it's great for clean water, and it's great for recreation and opportunities for everyone to get out and de-stress. We saw a lot of that during COVID, a lot of rise in use. What are the pitfalls to something like that? By not having open space closer to home, you need transportation. A lot of people can't access Lancaster County preserves because our public transportation doesn't travel to the preserves, something I've been ranting about for years. I would love to see that happen, but it isn't happening right now. So access is really important, having open space closer to your home. When you're designing these neighborhoods, when you're coming up with ideas for your comprehensive plan, think about what you want to experience there, how you like to live. Obviously, a lot of you like to walk to open space because many of you raised your hand saying that you can. So that means you're aware of where it is in the community because you've been there. How much more of it do you want? What type do you want? Do you want just a passive park where you go and you sit and you recharge? Or would you like more playgrounds for children? Basketball courts, would you like more basketball courts? How would you like to tie that into your community? Where would you locate something like that? A lot of Lancaster City is already built. So where are you gonna put in some new open space? That's always a question, it really is. And then one of the things I say, the reason that people say, why is Lancaster Conservancy not moving closer to the city? We are, and we keep our eye on it, but if we preserve land in Lancaster City, then people will move to the country and cut down the trees for housing. So how do we want to design our neighborhoods to maximize the housing opportunities for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren, and yet at the same time provide for that balance that everyone needs, the ability to just walk to a little park and sit, or to take children to a park and have them play, or to play basketball, which I love to do. So, this is all a thought process that goes into your designing. And some of these projects that you've been presented with probably provide more opportunities for open space than others, but the environment is more than just preserving land. When you walk through your city, I know when I walk in the city, when I'm walking down a street with no trees, it's a lot hotter when I'm walking on a street with trees. So street trees, and how do we do that? How do we incentivize that? How do we support that? Because it costs some money to manage those trees, and that's really important. But it also cools the city. It's gonna cool the streets, it's gonna cool the sidewalks, and it's gonna make for a better environment. So think about trees and what that means and how you would put that into the planning. And then, of course, also just the water issue, which everyone in this room, I'm sure, is very familiar with. When you live in the city, you know about stormwater. Stormwater is what rolls off the top of your building that you're in, and it goes into usually a storm sewer in the city, unless you have a rain garden or you have a rain barrel. Once it goes into that storm sewer, it goes to the joint sewer system that services both sewage and stormwater. And that's a big challenge for us as a community, not just within the city, but outside the city as well. Because one of our biggest assets, which does run through the city, is the Conestoga Creek. They call it the Conestoga River. I was raised on it, Creek, sorry. Anyway, and that's a big asset, but that's also the stream that carries the refuse from the stormwater overflows that push sewage into that creek. And that's a real detriment. So how do we manage the Conestoga as it runs through? Any projects near waterways? What would we want to do? What would we want to see there? How would we like to protect that? There's something that the people in Hipsfield call a riparian buffer. A riparian buffer is when you plant trees next to a stream. It does the same thing as planting a tree next to a sidewalk. When you plant a tree next to the stream cools, it allows other species to develop, and it also makes for cleaner water in the long run. And this is coming from someone who really knows very little about the environment, but spends her life trying to protect it. So I have to apologize if I'm short on some facts here. I will try to answer any questions as we wander around through the room while you're doing your planning. And I am very happy again to see you all and engage with you and learn more about what you want to do with your city. So thank you.
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes.
Right, we have about 15 minutes for the rest of this plenary session. If there are any questions pertaining to regional planning or the environment. So I don't know if tables generated questions. I don't know if the facilitator from the table wants to ask it or if any individual participant wants to ask any questions about the briefing document, this first set of topics.
That's a great question. Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. The question was, how does zoning work? It's a little bit confusing, and I probably confused it more by mentioning another concept. It's more of like a thought process than it is how you actually regulate things. So basically, for about 100 years in America, most communities have been zoned, particularly urban communities. And the idea was originally to separate uses that you don't want together. So a lot of the concern early on was having industry right next to housing. There were a lot of communities that had challenging neighborhoods, and there was a lot of that in Lancaster City. I mean, I know where I lived in the city at one point, there was some kind of boundary years ago, and a lot of people lived around there and worked at the boundary. And there was obviously Armstrong, that some of you might remember, was a huge employer, and a lot of the housing near there were people that lived nearby. So the idea was to separate it. So you're only allowed to do what's, there's people that can explain this much better than I can, but basically it limits what you can do in a certain area. So sometimes you can't build things above a certain height, and certain types of businesses can't locate or operate in a certain zone. To some degree, though, we're trying to get away from that, and we're, as planners, what we want to see is more mixed use. So in the sites you're looking at, that's one of the key issues, is that rather than thinking about it as what one use should go on this site, think about it more about could it meet multiple goals? Could you have housing at the same time you provide other things? I was intrigued, though, in the packet you got to see that 57% of the city is zoned residential. And I think that's probably pretty typical of a city Lancaster's size and age. There's always a need for more housing. What we try to remind people at the county level is that there's also a need to provide space for different types of businesses to operate. There's a real lack of industrial land in the county. That's not something that residents like you would typically ask for. But that's one of those challenges that zoning deals with, is that there are areas that are zoned for industrial. But if we had the director of the economic development company of Lancaster here, she would say, I'll take all the industrial land you can give me all day long. That's a quote. Yeah. And so zoning is a good tool, but what I was trying to introduce with the idea of character zones is think about things more in terms of neighborhoods. So that's a good map that you were given in your packet that shows what the predominant land uses are in different parts of the city. So it's more important to think about that than think about zoning in particular, because you can always change zoning rules to follow what you're saying should happen. So in most cases, I think there would have to be some rezoning for most of the sites you're looking at. So, like the Manheim Pike, Frigal Pike corridor was very industrial early on. It's been transitioning. It could be a site for more housing, but at the same time, try to keep in mind those other needs that the community has, that you need to have employers, you need to have, and actually you're required in Pennsylvania, each municipality, there's some exceptions, but you're supposed to zone for all uses. So you're allowed, there has to be an accommodation for every type of use in the city. So sometimes it's not what you want to see, but you try to think of it more from the perspective of what the city needs as a whole, and not just what you need as a resident or would like to see. Because I always give an example of, there's been a couple surveys about what you want in a house. And a lot of times people say, yeah, I'd love 5 bedrooms, I'd love 3 bathrooms, I'd love 2 acres. But you also need to think about your means and the community's means and what it needs. And I have a feeling, because this is a very diverse group, that we'll get some good answers about this, because there are a lot of different things the community needs. And this is going way beyond the zoning question, but I don't know, do you have anything to add, Kate?
This is a precursor to zoning. So when you say that this is what we want, I think what Kim's pointing out is good. This is what we want in these areas. Then they'll draft the zoning to meet that after everything's been reviewed. So that's really it. And then once that's in place, It's supposed to be in place forever. I see more of that in the city, but the reason I stopped doing municipal law and zoning was because I got tired of rezoning, and I just felt like it wasn't working the way it should. Sorry, Kim. And so I kind of transitioned, but yeah, so that's the, did that answer your question?
Any other questions? Gentlemen, yes, back in the back.
There's like a little curve in here about environmental factors, but I was wondering if you could expand on what exactly you were expecting the city to experience.
So your question was pretty broad. There's a blurb in here about environmental factors, and we're talking about expanding for the next 20 years, and how would we address that? Correct?
Yeah, it just like talks about temperatures being higher, and we have a lot of trees and we have air quality problems. But
Yes.
like, what else are we expecting?
What else are we expecting? Water issues, yeah, everything that goes with rising temperatures, you can just pretty much lay it all out there. That's a very good question, but it is a far-reaching one. I think what we're looking at, when you're looking at your planning, talk about how to minimize those things. So talk about, is this a great place to have one of those pocket parks? Is this a great place to have the trees? And I think also in the documents, it looked at the environment broader than just what we think of as the environment. Most people think of the environment, they think about streams and trees and meadows and things like that. I think it's thinking broader than that. It's thinking about cultural spaces that are used traditionally for different events within the city. Historic preservation, do we want to make sure that this neighborhood looks as it did 200 years ago? Things like that. So think really broadly when you think about the environment, because the environment is pretty much everything. Like right now, this is our environment here. So I don't know if that, I'm sure that did not answer your question, because that question was broad. But do you have a follow-up or?
No, I guess I just wanted to confirm like water problems, air quality, rising temperatures, or like things we should like.
Those are big issues that are facing us with the rising climate change base.
Something that might be a little bit more specific potentially. So what I got from Sophia's question earlier was, what environmental factor specifically will we be anticipating to have the greatest impact on Lancaster environmental health? I know that's hard to say exactly, but we, as you said, we know that air quality is terrible. F&M students have the saying dirty wank, but offensive maybe. But is there one thing that we're anticipating to get really bad, and what are we looking to do to combat that?
Douglas, did you want to, yeah, let's
Sure.
get the microphone to Douglas.
Great questions. I will take a stab at that. I did some of the work on the city's climate action plan, and environment has been something I've worked closely on for many years. I'll say a lot of climate experts say that heat-related events can be some of the most dangerous in terms of human cost, so human life. So that is definitely one thing to think about here. We are looking at rising temperatures in Lancaster County. We're already experiencing them this weekend. So that is a big one. The other thing I will add is we get a third of our water from the Conestoga Creek. We get 2/3 of our city water from the Susquehanna. The water quality of those two bodies of water are also very important, not just for the city, but the region. We serve about 160,000 or so residents in the metro area. So the water protection is a big one. This next point is not a climate factor, but it's very important to keep in mind that lead contamination is one of our most serious environmental issues in Lancaster City. Our building stock is old. Much of it was built and painted before 1970. That lead paint continues to circulate through our urban environment and poison children who have the most dire health impacts that can prevent that can create lifelong health issues and really limit their success, academically and otherwise, and actually lends to crime and other sorts of behavioral issues. So that is a very serious issue in the city to think about as well.
Great, thank you. We have about 3 or 4 minutes left in the plenary. Any other questions? Yes.
What steps are being taken to clean the Conestoga or other waterways? You mentioned that like trees being planted is one way, but what other steps?
Well, and the trees along the Conestoga that were being planted, as you point out, and the tributaries to the Susquehanna as well, not just the Conestoga, all of them. There's a group called Clean Water Partners, and it's a countywide group made up of city residents as well as county residents with different backgrounds, working on ways to clean water, and they start really small. They work with volunteer groups who will go out to a field. We have a lot of issues with clean water that are related to, it's just basically the fact that there aren't any riparian buffers. So we're not gonna blame agriculture because agriculture is agriculture. So if you were trying to make a living doing it, you're gonna clear everything right up to the stream, but now we're seeing a turnaround of the thought process there. But we also have that in suburban areas. We have areas in suburban areas and in some of the urban areas where basically there is no riparian buffer. There's nothing. Along the Conestoga, within the city, there are areas where there's nothing. So you need to plant trees, other shrubs that really help restore the soils. When you restore the soils and then the soils go into the stream, then they're cleaner. Same thing with the city, and also conserving water. That's a big issue as well, because as these, as the heat rises, the streams fall. And so we really need to conserve water. So it all starts with those rain gardens, with those rain barrels, with things that we can do in our own backyard, things you could design for a park or for a pocket park, things you might want to put in there that are educational to young people, as well as serve a purpose of addressing climate issues with rising temperatures with clean water. Did that answer your question?
Just to follow up, you mentioned are farmers and other agriculture, are they being encouraged to plant?
Yes.
trees in, like,
Yes.
areas? Because,
Yes.
like, I do know the runoff is a big issue.
Yes, there's a lot of it. In fact, the county just put quite a few dollars from the American Rescue Plan Act into the Clean Water Partners that works with the volunteers that go out and they're working with farmers. And there's some money coming from the state as well to help reforest stream corridors on farms as well.
I just had a brief comment on the street trees. So in my neighborhood in particular, it's really hard to maintain street trees because all of our sewage pipes run right where you would put a street tree. And we all own our own sidewalk. So it turns into, yes, I want to plant a tree on my sidewalk because it's good for the city, but then I'm going to have to replace my sidewalk on my own dime in 10 years when a tree breaks my sidewalk or sends a root through my sewage pipe. So I have a rain barrel, I have a street, I have a yard tree, but it's not a realistic expectation for a lot of city residents because of the implications it has. Arthur said it costs him roughly $1,000 a year to keep his tree maintained. And most of us can't do that. So we need different solutions, at least for the tree issue where we need them. Because most people aren't going to do it. I mean, I'm not going to stick a tree next to my sewage line that will potentially cost me $15,000 if it goes through it.
Thanks. Anybody want to respond to that comment? City. Douglas, come on up.
Here.
That's an easy one, right, Douglas?
That is a tough one. So that is a reality. I'll just mention a couple of brief things. Definitely a reality for many homeowners. If that sewer line goes or fails, that can create a situation that actually creates a condemnation for the house. It makes it unlivable. There are some programs that the city runs, or critical repair program that aims to help residents in those situations where they cannot pay and they meet certain income requirements. We use federal dollars to help assistance in some situations like that. It's certainly not the long-term best answer for the whole community. We do look at other more resilient forms of tree infrastructure too. There's some technologies out there that we're using across the city for a lot of developments that actually install what we call engineered soils under pavement that prevents uplift. That's been really helpful in some scenarios. There's other technologies that are basically like milk crates under the sidewalk that can store water, keep the soil from compacting and allow tree roots to move. That doesn't necessarily resolve the sewer line issue. I will say though, don't underestimate backyard planting as well. A lot of the tree coverage that we have in the city is not on the streets. A lot of it is in people's backyards. It's along alleyways. It's along Conestoga Creek and other bodies of water. So it doesn't all have to be accomplished in the public right away.
There may be time for one more before you start to deliberate.
If I could just add one thing, I would say to your question is when you think of environmental factors, think about your own health, as Douglas was saying about lead and issues like that. I know if a couple of folks I know from LGH were here, they would talk about how if we want to be healthier as a community, we need to look further back in the chain of events that lead to bad health. So rather than just responding with one tree at the point where there's an issue, we also need to think more globally about things, and there's ways to do that. So not everything is on individual homeowners, and we don't want to make it that way. Oh, but you got a question. That's right.
Generally unseen and forgotten about large spaces.
Yeah, I'm sure the city folks could respond better to this, but yes, she's asking about the responsibility of commercial properties and things like that. And I'd add parking garages and a bunch of other things. There are a lot of things we can do both horizontally and vertically to make a difference. And I think the city's been trying to do that because we're under some constraints legally that we have to meet certain numbers for runoff and issues like that. And so, yeah, I think the city's thinking creatively about all different ways of responding to things. And again, that's a good point that it's not all on the homeowner, but there are 1,000 different things you can do. And I think we have learned that the small things that homeowners do add up to quite a bit, but it doesn't deny the fact that yes, if you have a big horizontal building and you put a green roof on it, that can have a humongous impact versus how many houses it would take doing the same thing to accomplish that goal.
Okay, great. Thank you very much to our two experts, or three experts that was answered a lot of those questions. Those are great questions and good comments. So now we're going to turn to the first small group deliberation. So you'll have an hour to go through with several questions that your facilitators will guide you through. At that point, about 11:45, we'll stop for lunch, and then after lunch, go to the next topic. So about an hour to deliberate. And let me remind you that we would really like to hear from each and every one of you. So as much as possible, if we could have equal participation from all of you at each of the tables, that would be wonderful. All right, thank you. And I'll mention too that you have big maps at your tables. If you want to unfurl those and look at a larger map, feel free to do that.
Awesome.
Tom.
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Sorry I missed your call this week.
No, it's okay, because I was calling you and then Justin called you, which is
Yes,
what I called
yes,
you.
yes. How did, I saw a story about it. What did you think of the coverage? You said they were lacking.
So I think it's hard to establish a level.
How you doing? With signing good? Yes. How many people are hearing until hearing? One?
There are none actually here.
Okay.
They-
My video. Yeah.
So like the articles that have come out the past few days
Drive in there.
Okay. I didn't take that.
You know what I saw that was really cool is public TV is doing some kind of series with a host where he's going to different parts of the country and experiencing environmental things that you don't know are there. So he was in Los Angeles, kayaking the Los Angeles River, which they talked about how they wanted federal funding for something they were doing and they had to prove it was a navigable river.
Wow.
And by doing that, like they literally had to get a group together to kayak and document that you can, I don't know if there's any portages, but they showed that, you know, it's usually navigable and that there's all kinds of wildlife you'd never expect.
Wow, that is interesting. Now, where do you like to go with the children? If you get away? I don't think so. Sorry. Where do you like to go with the children if you get away?
Well, I used to like to take them to Florida every year because we have old neighbors who live down that way visit. And this past year we got stuck there. Oh
my gosh. Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, we made the most of it. But I was like, you know, I'm good with just some local travel for a very long time. So we do more like day trips when possible, local stuff.
That's what I like too.
Kids, they just want to play with their friends and swim in a pool. It's like
Right.
100% of their joy. So
It is.
makes it really easy on me. But then I feel like I hope I'm, you know, they're having enough fun. And then you take them to the beach and they're bored in like 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to go home. I want to go home like 30 minutes after
And
there.
my brother always said, before his kids got a little bit older, he says, I tell them to look out the window and they say, what's the point?
Yes, oh my gosh. I am not the DJ anymore. We are in here and my goal is to drive.
Yep.
And when I can get a song on, I can get it on, but it's like, everything's so quick. I haven't even put my foot, like my seatbelt on, and my foot on the brake, and they're like, I want to hear this. Like, stop.
I remember someone was in high school and he said, I was talking about someone going to Europe. I said, oh, I'd like to go. He said, Mom, it's all the same. You go someplace, you look around, eat some food, talk to some people, you go home.
It is.
Doesn't matter where it is. It's the same thing.
All the towns look the same.
You're going to do the same thing wherever you go.
Yep.
So you just decide where that is. And sometimes it's close to home is great. You know, because then you don't have to do the whole travel thing.
Yeah, the whole packing and unpacking.
Oh, yeah.
It's not super, I don't know. Maybe it's the season of life I'm in. It doesn't seem super fun right now.
Wow. I think too, like our CEO at the office, he and his spouse were gonna go on one of those cruises. Yeah, through the Netherlands or whatever. Over and they test you as you're getting on the boat. Well, guess what? I mean, they're people of means, so they had a really nice stateroom for the cruise. They both tested positive. They had no symptoms. They put them down in steerage, like in a 200 square foot room, and they had to eat all their meals in there, and that was the entire trip.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
So
I would be livid.
So why would you want to
I'm not ready
travel?
to sign up for it.
Yeah. No.
That sounds terrible.
I remember at the beginning of COVID, all those people that had to stay on their boat for like 3 months or something.
Oh my God.
That would,
How
I know,
much did
I
you?
would go nuts.
Mm-hmm. I would totally get that.
I mean, when it gets this hot, it kind of annoys me because I want to be outside.
Oh, and it's this hot. Why would you want to go anywhere?
Uh-huh.
Maybe, I don't know, neighborhood
Clean
pool, that kind of thing.
I usually prefer to travel in like February or March.
Mhm.
Me too.
I'm so sick of winter.
Mhm.
It's my ideal time.
You're traveling there for a different reason than I would be traveling. My traveling at that point in time would be because I love winter and I haven't seen snow. I love snow.
That's not my, nope, total opposite perspective.
I mean, most people are total opposite of that, yeah. But there are no bees, so I love it.
Understandably.
After seeing your pictures, I'll go to Michigan. Long drive. It's like driving back from Tampa.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's further, and even though I grew up in the Midwest, I forget the distances again, because I was thinking after I flew to Chicago and drove, I thought, well, maybe I could visit friends in Minneapolis and drive over. Well, it's 11 hours, like from Minneapolis all the way down and over, 11 hours.
Oh.
I wouldn't have thought that was that far. It's only 2 states over, but, the other thing was, I drove through Green Bay, Wisconsin, and let me tell you, there is no there there.
Oh, really?
It's a nice area, environmental wise. Town is just dead, and then they've got the football stadium is like out on a highway exit. Very unimpressive.
Yeah.
Well, what you would say is very poor planning,
Yeah.
right? Very poor planning.
No, it's like, I told my brother, it's like putting a stadium on an interstate exit with a food court.
Yeah, that's not good.
I thought it would be in the middle of town because it's famous as being like the coldest place they play.
My husband's such a homebody. I still haven't been to like Clipper Stadium.
Oh, man. I'm kind of weirdly exploring oriented because you probably knew I've done this project for like 10 years and walking all the roads, and I've literally been everywhere. But I've also done throughout COVID and stuff, I was like going down every neck of every part of the Chesapeake.
Oh, really?
So like all the older stuff that's
They're all
there.
beautiful.
It just, especially when it's like spring and fall, it's like 50 degrees. It's sunnier than here. Just seeing some great stuff. Although, you know, what I realize as a historian is just seeing all these plantation houses that, wow, this is why you could escape as a slave is, you know, everybody knows everybody on the strip.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 4 or 5 big property owners and they know who they are. And
Wasn't pretty, that's for sure. Yep.
But
I did end up ending my work.
it's really getting concerning now because I saw maps. You probably saw this, but maybe the Chesapeake Bay Foundation or something has an interactive map where you can move the water up like a foot and 3 feet and all this, and it shows like the whole Blackwater area will just be inundated. A lot of the Underground Railroad stuff is.
That's not great. How you doing?
That is a well curated plate.
Mm-hmm. Probably gonna go back for seconds.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it was all I could do to take only one sandwich.
Yes, tell me about it. No, I already told her I was going
Well,
back.
technically, it's only half a sandwich.
Yeah,
Think of it that way.
even though I had the same problem you did, the chicken sandwich, the bread is so huge. It's like, what do you do?
Cook half of it off. Cookie is that? I know, but what kind?
Yeah, what
Those are the Oreo, I think. Oh, okay. It's just like a sugar cookie. It tastes like Oreo probably.
It's a sugar cookie like you.
But I wasn't clear on what that was.
And then there's more dessert coming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for our afternoon.
They're buying everywhere. I mean, they're buying in the city, you know that, obviously. But they own my husband's business building. I mean, they bought that at 2 cents on the county. I'm not sure how real estate investment is not English.
Yeah,
You know? Well,
if you understand it, it's good, but
the whole cultural thing where we're not supposed to do worldly stuff and have worldly things. I'm like, how's real estate investment not worldly?
right.
It's not like you're doing it for practical reason at all. You're not using it, just making money off of it.
Well, Ray Marvin, this official from Bar, was telling us, he's like, the Amish want 3 things. They want to pay their own way, they want to live near their family, and they want to live near their work. He's like, beyond that, that's what they care about. It's the Amish that they insist on paying you.
That's a good day.
Big day. Started the day by watching 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Oh, that's a good one,
I've
actually.
never seen. It was like,
I've seen parts of
it's
it.
appropriate for my 5-year-old.
It's a little scary, but you know.
Of the movie, and they had lost the second half. She had spent her entire
Oh
childhood
my
watching
God.
the first half. And she said, all I knew is that, you know, the girl fell in love with Rolf and they were gonna have a life together. And he's like, and she said first. So she actually recorded herself with her watching the second half.
Snack. That's like my husband sitting right now. Eat all that and not gain a pound. I know.
That seemed to be true for me for a while.
You're pretty thin. You're still pretty good.
I'm no Scott Standish.
Oh,
That's true. Well, who is, you know?
really?
Not a,
He has an odd metabolism.
yeah. You know, Emma, I have to say, listening to stories of Scott's dating life are so entertaining.
I bet.
Yeah, he's like a teenager. He has like huge ups and downs. He's really excited.
Oh, yeah. That's funny. I'm not surprised.
Because sometimes he just has that like melancholy attitude. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Nothing. I'm like, does this involve genes? It's always the gene thing.
It often comes back.
Like the doors.
Kind of emotional guy.
Yeah.
Good thing. Really cares. How's he to work for?
Good.
Good?
No, I mean,
Not
we've-
ADHD like that.
No, he is, but
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
don't know. We've always been a good pair, so we're more like I'm his work husband and Mike is his real husband.
Yeah. That's true.
I know, you have kind of replaced Mike, I feel.
No.
Yeah, you better watch that.
We're only like in terms of a working relationship.
Oh, I think that's true, because Scott was telling me, Scott and Mike, I mean, didn't used to go anywhere without each other.
I know.
Now, like, Mike has his like neighborhood friends, he's always hanging out on his porch and.
There's that, yeah.
I've been hanging out with Scott more because he's
Yeah, well, yeah, he always
in my backyard.
You know, his favorite joke is, I was asking to put up a higher fence, but they won't let me. And the joke was her son apparently came over and looked at his fence and said it looked awful. Is that what he said?
When he was 4, yeah, he was probably 3 or 4 when he said that. Your fence looks awful.
All right, so we had friends and they came to our house. We lived in Grandview, and everyone was. He was like,
Where'd you live in Grandview?
Salisbury Court. So he was like 3 or 4, and you know, there's a little disparity between the families. But anyway, he walks in the house. He goes, "This is an ugly house, Aunt Kate." Oh, and I said, "Yeah, that's all I have." So I tease him about it to this day. Every time I see him, I said, "Jimmy, you living in an ugly house?"
We have a thing. My aunt is a redhead, like very, very fair. I remember one day, I think she might have just had a baby or something. And I looked at her and I was like, why do you look so different? Like, you're not wearing your glasses. She was like, Emma, I don't wear glasses. I'm not wearing makeup. And like, I was a little kid and she still brings it up, you know, 30 years later.
Oh.
The total brutal honesty.
Right.
That's what I heard is some study they did about, and maybe you know, when kids start becoming aware of what other kids think of them. Because before that time, they're just totally blunt about everything, and they're not thinking of the social consequences. And then all of a sudden, they start caring what their friends think. They think it's like, I'm 4.
But you know what? I think for Henry, at least, it happened really early because I used to love to dress him up in cute outfits. All of a sudden, he was only 3. Not wear any of that. He only wanted to wear polyester athleisure outfits.
Yeah.
Because that's what the kids in Nanny's cul-de-sac wore.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's being peer pressured at age 3
Yeah.
into wearing Under Armour. It's weird. Still to this day, no cotton. Just polyester.
That was the opposite. I wouldn't wear polyester when I was younger.
It's very soft now. It's gonna be an awakening when he has a school
It's
uniform.
hard to find cotton. I found cotton for the kids, and it was always hard. And then I got a lecture when our son got older too. I don't even think about buying my children anything that looks like anything you dressed me in for the first 3 years.
Wow.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I asked one of my cousins that has a 3-year-old, like,
basically, to what extent do you follow your parents' guidance on stuff? And he's like, well, he said, I pretty much decided what I didn't like and what I did like, and I'm trying not to do the stuff I didn't like.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Try to not make the same mistakes.
I remember having battles with my mom when I was like 5,
Yeah.
what I was gonna wear.
Oh, that's our daughter. They're ugly. Yeah, they were just like very strong opinions. And the worst thing was she liked it was the 80s. And she liked to wear like 80s clothes. But she went to Manhattan Township High School. It was ugly. And she come home, where did your daughter graduate? She graduated in, well, she graduated in 86.
Graduated in 86.
Yeah, I think so. She not 86, 96.
I was gonna say,
96.
I wasn't gonna say anything because
I
guess
know my
what I
math was
graduated.
good. All right,
I graduated in 86. I'm like, whoa.
96.
okay, all right.
I had her really young. I had her in law school, but I wasn't that young.
You're 14, yeah. No, I graduated in 2003.
Right. That's our son's class. He was, he graduated in 2000. So you were closer in age to Jeff. Jeff Connick.
What kind of a kid was he? A band kid or a?
He was Ferris Bueller.
Oh,
All the teachers would say it to us too when we went to the student. Have you ever seen, I said, don't even start. Don't even start with that. I know exactly what you're saying.
all right.
Oh, boy.
I was amazed in Chicago, like every souvenir store has phrases
Ferris
from the
Bueller stuff?
movie, and apparently it's like still a big thing in Chicago.
Yeah. Well, I love that scene where he's dancing. What? It was so
Oh, yeah.
great.
Classic.
To the
It is a
polka or whatever it
classic
was.
Yep. Yeah, that's why he got along with everyone and he was the instigator and
Well,
Yeah, I would not have been friends with him.
my favorite part of that was still where, who's the guy who's been in lots of trouble, who is like the bad kid, and he's at the principal's office. I don't know if you remember the movie, and he's next to Ferris's sister.
oh, they were at the police station.
Oh, yeah, at the police station.
Yeah,
And-
that was
And she's describing, she's like, Ferris, and she gets all mad about it. And then he's very chill and he's like, well, maybe the problem is. It's one of those things, she's so like drop dead.
Yeah, drop dead.
I want to watch that movie again now.
Sana. He kept calling her Sana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it way too many times, but.
When it came out the year I graduated high school, and I remember it just felt like it was so dead on.
Yeah. Now Megan would wear spandex, 80s kind of clothes, early 90s kind of clothes. And she, she'd come home in tears from middle school because they were just so mean to her. And they called her all kinds of terrible names. It was awful. And I looked at her and said, honey, I don't know what to tell you. I said, you can either modify your dress to suit them and they'll stop doing it, or you can ignore them. Those are your two choices, really. I don't have any other choice.
It was tough though, township. I mean, I felt like I was so neurotic about what I wore. People would make comments. People would feel like there was so much pressure.
I think that's high school. I went to Ephrata High School in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s. And there were girls that would come up and say, didn't you wear that skirt last week? Just like that. Or that sweater, just nasty. It's like that. Yep. Don't you have anything better to think about?
I know, right?
I wish I'd thought of that.
I would say that to them then, but instead I internalized.
Me too, same thing.
It's actually I was like, oh my God, did I wear this outfit the last time I saw people in this room? Probably. My go-to dressy outfit.
Yep. There's always another Zin's Diner. She was the one. She always say, "Can you wear that hair?" Very nice. Yeah, so it's every high school. I would not want to go back to high school. College, I go back to in a second, but not high school.
I wouldn't do either. I feel like 25, maybe 20.
That's a good age.
29 is really like,
yeah,
kind of have it together, but not 100%.
I already had a child at 25.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had her in law school, so it was 25.
Yeah, no, I was 32, 33 when I had my son, which still felt too early.
Which that's the way it is now, yeah. Which was hard for us because I was like, oh, this is great. We had these children when we're young, So then we'll be young grandparents. That didn't happen. That did not happen. No, we finally became grandparents, in our mid-60s, early 60s. It's like, really? You guys? Yeah.
My parents only have one grandchild.
Oh, boy, a little spoiled.
Super spoiled. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
When are you having another one? Are you gonna give them?
Are they doing that to you?
Oh my God, they say it to me, they say it to my son, they like to speak with my son, like, ask your mom when you're gonna have a sister.
Oh!
But like, I barely push my person out, like, when's the next one? Like, yeah.
Because that's what we live, I have to tell you, that's what we live for. I mean, it's like, it's so much fun. Because you just hand them back. And and all you have to do is spoil them. You can give them terrible food.
Yeah.
Let them watch movies, whatever.
Thanks. Yeah. On behalf of all the
And
parents.
then you have to, I know, thanks, grandparents. Yeah. You wonder why they move far away from the grandparents. Yeah, talk to any woman my age that has a grandchild and they'll just say, it's the greatest thing ever.
We have a lot of neighbors who are older but don't have grandchildren yet, or who knows what's gonna happen, but
right. And I have a lot
they're
of
mad at their kids and they like adopt our son and just like give him stuff and spoil him and like, yeah. But it's gonna be like that. Like people just aren't having as many kids.
No, they aren't.
There's gonna be a lot more people in that situation.
Yeah, people, and I have
And
friends.
especially after the pandemic, like who wants to have little kids anymore? It's like,
No, it's too much
our society doesn't
responsibility.
care about people with kids, like there's no childcare, there's no backup plan,
No.
there's no support, there's no
No.
money, like.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, it's really hard. It is. When I was practicing, I was lucky because my mom was in town. Lucky and not lucky because my mother was really not a good caretaker. She's good on the love end, but the rest of it spoiling to the max. But, so I had to depend on her because there was no childcare those days, especially. Yeah. So I just, take the kids there, drop them off. Then you try to position yourself so you're geographically close. So it's do live downtown. When they live downtown, I can just walk up the street with her. And, but it's not easy. And what you had to do too is I wrote to Biden and Kamala about this. So basically my social security payments are crap. The reason they're crap is because I tried to work part-time when the kids were younger. And also because I was massively underpaid compared to the mail orders at my father's firm, of all things.
Wow.
Yeah, I found out about it later.
Oh my God.
But anyway, so I wrote to them and I said, okay, so we're looking at parity and treating people correctly. All right, so I want 25 more cents on every one of my social security dollars. Yeah, because that's what I was gypped out of all this life.
I want to correct
I worked
for that.
75. Yeah, I want to correct. Give me that 25 cents. Yep. Neither one of them wrote back. Needless to say. I'll keep trying.
Maybe now that Joe's got COVID, he'll have a little more time. to
Yeah,
respond.
really. Something to read. Can read my emails. I thought it was a brilliant idea. It's like
It's a good idea. That's a
because every woman I talk to who has social security payments, they're so much lower than men's. And there are a lot of women who are helping raise grandchildren, and they're living when they don't have money, and they're getting paltry sums.
And how do you where do you stop it though too? Because there's a gender issue, there's race issue,
Right.
there's so many equity issues.
Right.
How those
Exactly. Racially, first of all, these women getting a job, and then sure, they were massively underpaid compared to everybody else also.
When the plenary session's over and you're back in your
It's not-
small groups, if you
It's an easy.
like more food, please
It's an easy.
have at it. There's a lot left over, so take seconds, thirds, whatever you like.
Eat more.
A couple of quick announcements before I turn it over to our experts for this plenary. A couple of people asked, they were curious about what the various sites are. So everybody knows their own site at their table, but not everybody's aware of the other sites. So Group A is the county prison site. Group B is the South End area. Group C is Manheim and Fruitville Pike corridors. Group D is the Northwest Triangle. Group E is Sunnyside Peninsula. And then Group F is a typical residential neighborhood. Not sure exactly which one, but. All right. So two other quick things. This is just a reminder. It's not to suggest that you weren't doing this, but I just want to remind you these topics blend, I know, right? And it's easy to move into one topic off of, the topic at hand into other topics. If you can try to stay focused on the topic, for that particular session, that would be, I think, most productive. Again, understanding that these things are interconnected. And so the conversation can go in lots of different directions, but if you can try to stay focused on the topic at hand, that would be great. And if you could remember to try to answer the questions question by question. And again, I know that's not always easy to do, but kind of stay focused on working through those questions in order. Again, that would be most useful. So thanks. Okay, so for this plenary session, which is on housing and transportation, our two experts are Tammy Fitzpatrick from HDC Mid-Atlantic and Will Clark from the Lancaster County Planning Department. I will turn it over to them, and then just like last time, after they do a brief kind of overview, then we'll have some specific questions on housing and transportation for them. So, I'm sorry.
Hi, welcome. Again, Tammy Fitzpatrick, HDC Mid-Atlantic. Thanks for having me here. Happy to be your housing expert today. So I'm going to run through and highlight some of the items that are in your handouts. From walking around, it sounds like you all understand housing need in Lancaster City, which is great. Makes my job a little bit easier in explaining the need to you. But I'm also just going to run through some of these highlighted data points, which I think are really important to think about as you're thinking about housing. Housing tenure. So the data here suggests that we have a really strong demand for renter and owner occupied housing. So think about that as you're thinking about housing options for rental and owner occupied. We have a really low vacancy rate and a healthy vacancy rate for any kind of community is between 5% and 10%. The lower end being for owner occupied and like 7 to 10% being for rental. So we're in a really strong housing market right now, and housing is a significant need. The housing age in Lancaster City, as you can see, is quite old. Over half of our housing units in the city are over 80 years old, which goes to the point of something Douglas said earlier about lead-based paint and the health hazards associated with that and other older housing units in the city. But the good news is that we have over 1,200 residential units in the pipeline here for the city, but that doesn't mean they're coming online this year or next. It's the good news is that developers are thinking about that and thinking about our housing needs here in the city. Household size, if you're looking at those data points, our household size in the city, we're between 64 and 79% that are looking for efficiency to 2 bedrooms. And we're only providing 49%. So the need that we're seeing is for the smaller units for efficiencies to 2 bedrooms. And housing value, I think we can all agree these 2019 values have probably increased significantly in the past 3 years. But Lancaster City has always been a good opportunity for first-time home buyers as opposed to maybe some other areas of the county. So this probably due to the age and the size of those units. So think about that we're still looking to provide, first-time home buyer opportunities and what that means for the city. And then housing types. So it's important for any municipality or neighborhood to have a variety of housing options. So single family detached, single family attached, multifamily, and high density housing also is a great way to preserve farmland and forests that we were talking about earlier, but it also has its challenges. And not everybody wants to live in the same type of housing type. So we have to provide a variety of housing options with targeted to a variety of incomes as well. When we talk about affordable housing, and I heard walking around that was a big concern. It's great that everyone's recognizing the need for it. It's difficult to provide affordable housing. So it requires a village to make that happen. HDC is a nonprofit, and that's our focus to develop affordable housing. It takes a long time. I know market rate developers are focused on it and looking for ways to provide affordable housing of different options. When we talk about high density too, it's important when you're thinking about where that should go, that it's in an urban growth area, that it has infrastructure in place that is close to jobs, transportation, services, schools, amenities. It's important to think about where you're citing those high density housing options so that they're supportive of all the other services and amenities. I think that's about a high level view of housing. I'm going to pass it over to Will to take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Will Clark. I'm the Director of Transportation and Land Use Planning at the Planning Department for the county. So we're going to talk a little bit about our transportation side, and I'm going to probably broaden it a little bit more than what's just in the paper. And I probably have 15 different drafts here of what I wanted to say today to try and narrow transportation down into a 5-minute kind of overview for you. So I'm going to probably really keep it really high level and hope that you have better questions and I can answer those questions. So I look forward to those questions on the backside of what I talk about. You know, transportation is really a little bit different than these other factors because it's not using the land use per se, but it's connecting those land uses, how we live, how we get back and forth from place to place. So it's really moving people from point A to point B. And that's what we really concentrate on transportation. It's not about moving cars. World War II started a concept of moving cars, and that's starting to fade out now. So we're moving into more of an active transportation side and looking at providing different options for people to get from place point A to point B. So what are some of the things that to think about when you're going through this exercise? One of the things is, what do you want close to you? So if you want transportation options, distance is one of the things that changes the options that you can have. If it's a long distance, you're really limited in what options you have for transportation. The closer things are, the more options you have. So that comes down to the land use affecting transportation decisions. A lot of times we have been traditionally, or over the last 50 years, trying to fix the transportation issues that were caused by the land use. Right? So now we're trying to flip that back, and we got to take that into consideration as we look at what land uses we want. But that means our jobs and healthcare, education, all that, grocery stores, all that has to be closer to our homes in order for us to have options in transportation. From a big picture standpoint, countywide, from the federal government, you know, we all pay gas taxes when we pay at the pump, and that is changing. But we pay that gas tax that comes down through the federal government, through the state government, and it comes to a local organization called the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Metropolitan Planning Organization has 19 voting members. 5 of those voting members are from the city, and then 10 of them are from the county, and then we have a couple from the state, and also South Central Transit Authority. That's the public oversight body for all the federal and state funding that comes to transportation for the entire county. And so a couple data-driven things that we look at is the number of crashes or safety as a whole. And so the number of fatalities, and we try and reduce that. And that's a metric that we track. We also look at the pavement condition. So how smooth is the ride and what condition is the road in? We also look at bridges as part of that asset management side. And then the third measure that we really look at is reliability, travel time reliability. So that's kind of the congestion side. We're not worried about if it's 5 minutes to get from point A to point B. Is it 5 minutes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Or is it 5 minutes one day, 25 minutes the next day, 3 minutes the next day? So that reliability and predictability is what we measure, not necessarily just the travel time. So those are the 3 big things that we track kind of at the county level. And they're required by the federal government. There are performance measures that we look at. So I will just mention one last thing. When we look at land use, parking is probably one of the biggest underutilized elements of our entire land use system, right? If you look at Google Earth View or whatever, aerial views, zoom out one time and look how many cars are actually moving on the system that we have reserved for the vehicles at one given time, right? You look at the entire network and there's like 7 streets that are parallel
How many cars are on that road, on those roads all at one time? Very few. So it is a system that is massive, but it is underutilized for economics, for taxation, all the purposes that we have. Transportation, a lot of our transportation system is very much underutilized. So I'm going to leave it on that one and open it up for questions.
So what we'll do this time so that we capture the questions on the live stream is Olivia's going to bring around the wireless mic. You'd ask your question to the mic and then maybe you can step to the podium to answer. Okay, so questions about housing or transportation. Back over maybe your notes from the first session where generated some questions. Yes, sir, back there.
Hi, question on the speaker. I'm sorry, I missed your name. Well, you mentioned this committee with what, 19, 5 from the city, 1 from the county, and then 4 others. And you mentioned the federal highway tax dollars, which is what, like 19 cents a gallon. But the state also gets what, 58, 59 cents a gallon?
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, is that part of this same committee's purview?
Yeah, that's a good question. There is a percentage of that is driven down formula wise from the state to match the federal funds. So the federal funding is 80% and then the state has to match that 20%. So we get all that 20% from the state, but then also the state gives additional funds. But not all the state dollars are allocated by that board that are spent in Lancaster County. So PennDOT also includes money that goes to the municipalities directly. So liquid fuels money goes to each municipality based on the number of miles that they have of road, number of bridges that they have, and then they have that allocation, but that's coming from the state gas tax as well. So not all the funding goes to that committee, basically.
My question is about housing. The two, I guess the first and third charts on page 6, comparing Lancaster City to Lancaster County in terms of owner occupied, renter occupied, and then also the age of the housing stock. How do Lancaster City's numbers compare to other cities of our size? So it makes sense to me that for instance, the housing in Lancaster City is older than the housing in Lancaster County. What about comparing Lancaster City to other cities of our size?
That's a great question, and thank you for stopping me. But my educated guess would be, I don't have data again to support this, would be that Lancaster City's housing stock is still much older than surrounding, looking at Harrisburg, Reading, York, because Lancaster is such an old town that I would believe that the housing stock here is much older. And I'll look to see if I can find some data on that to back up my guess, but great question.
Could you explain the concept of Vision Zero Action Plan and how Lancaster intends to implement it? I know it's a plan that has been implemented in other cities. So any Lancaster specific?
Yeah, one of the things that I'll say is I just started here in Lancaster in February. So I'm not exactly in the weeds of the Vision Zero. I don't know if anybody from the city staff would be able to explain that better. I do know that the board that we have that I mentioned earlier that talks about the federal program, one of my agenda items for the fall is to have Vision Zero concept brought up again to the MPO board and see what their support is of the Vision Zero concept and see if there's any kind of agreements or support that should be from this countywide board given to the city's Vision Zero concept because of the actions that they've taken. So that's on the agenda.
Thank you, Will. with most of these topics, the county and the city work fairly closely together. Transportation in particular, the city does have a Vision Zero plan and has been moving forward in implementation with that plan. For those of you who are not familiar with Vision Zero, it's actually an international movement focused on accomplishing zero fatalities and serious injuries on the transportation network. That's implemented in a number of different ways. On the operational side, there may be city funds going to help with additional traffic enforcement or things of that nature. There are also projects in the capital or physical improvement budget that are focused on roadway design or things to that effect to bring down the number of fatalities and serious injuries. As Will mentioned, we have similar metrics that we track in the city to ensure that we're moving in the right direction in terms of safety.
I have a housing question. Is there a specific reason why we are missing middle housing? Yeah, great question. Likely due to construction costs and amenities people are looking for. So market rate developers are looking to make their returns on their costs, but they're also looking to make sure that the properties and developments have the amenities people are looking for. Like, you know, they're always trying to add additional value and amenities to compete with the market. So what else can I do as a market rate developer? I'm gonna have a big pool of fitness, you know, a dog wash center. So, and all of those additional amenities keep adding up the market rate costs. So the middle housing, really for the, not the lower income, not the higher income, but that middle piece is really hard. And you need a developer that's gonna have a strong mission and value to address that. Because likely you can't use like low-income housing tax credits or other government resources that are available that are targeted for the lower income class. So it's just that really difficult middle area and income to target. So you really need somebody with a mission to address that.
It seems that over the next 20 years or more, excuse me, we will see, this is a transportation question, by the way, we will see huge growth in electric vehicles and a need for charging stations. We've seen quite a bit of information about how suburban homes might be fit in the future to accommodate that, and we see charging stations in sheets and public places. But I really haven't seen anything about how our urban neighborhoods going to adjust for this.
That's one of my biggest questions with the electronic development or electrical vehicle development. And the state has been going through a state plan for pushing the funds that they receive from the federal government down and implementing that. And most of it is geared on that distance issue. And I agree with you 100% that is one of the issues that we have to figure out is how are we going to charge a neighborhood that has no off-street parking, but has that vehicle that they want to charge, and how do they get that reserved spots? Are they reserved spots similar to maybe handicap space? Is that what the permitting process would have to be at the city for reserving curbs? Is it something that is at the end of the block that's a charging station? That's a good question. I would love to see that part of the discussion today is how that would be accommodated as part of moving forward with that in the city side.
And I've seen the apartment complex in the future, they're expecting to bring in the electrical supply, I don't know the terminology for it, but a massive amount, really, very, very different than what we currently need. But when we look at a neighborhood like the South End here, what in the world would be needed to provide that type of charging power to hundreds, if not hundreds and hundreds of cars within close proximity? Will that be, we need to be tearing up the streets in order to put in new infrastructure? I have no concept of that.
Well, it's going to, first and foremost, it's going to just depend on how many cars there are going to be. in the neighborhood. So I think that's going to be a big question. As far as the physical infrastructure, I have no idea what kind of infrastructure would be needed for that specific one. I would anticipate that if a whole entire neighborhood was nothing but electric vehicles, there would have to be massive infrastructure changes to accommodate that.
Yeah, not to mention the utility cars coming in.
Housing, transportation. Oh, sorry, right here.
Why does the public transportation system not run on Sundays and holidays? They have a budget at the end of the day. It is a operation decision that they make. It is a great question to have as whether that should be supported through the funding and through the decision-making process, but it really becomes a budget issue at the end of the day. That's really the only reason. Now, I will say they are experiencing a decrease of drivers. So there is a staffing shortage now that is causing impact to the transportation network as well too, because of not having CDL licensed drivers to be able to drive the buses.
Yes. All right, if not, thank you to the two experts. And now begin to deliberate on the questions for these two topics. Thank you.
Well, this is broken up into different seconds. I'm getting that post-lunch kind of.
Yeah, I know. It is like a post-lunch show. Well, I should have had it. I didn't eat the whole section, but I ate a half of one.
Yeah.
It's just like a sugar rush bag.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here going, yeah. I'm gonna go first. Yeah, let us know how it is out there, because I'd love that. Let me know how it is out there.
It was hot when I went out
can just
earlier.
guess it's like 100 degrees or whatever.
When I went out earlier, it was really hot, but it
wasn't humid.
It was not as humid as it's been.
It was 92.
Really, yeah, but 92, 42% humidity. That's nothing. And
Yeah, compared to
92
how it's been, I was like,
yeah,
it's hot, but it's not.
no, I should feel pretty good actually. I'm not dripping. Yeah, have a nice walk. It's nice, I think.
We'll answer it before you get to
Yes. Yeah, I think that's really not bad. And that lunch, now you're going out to dinner, what have you?
I don't have like my own driveway. I don't have a way to park.
Yeah, there's so many unknowns with electric vehicles. Like, again, is the model going to be that people stop owning their own cars and they start sharing them? Or is it going to be exactly like it is now? Everybody wants to own their own car.
And you have to have all the charging.
And then I think about the unfortunate thing, think about the infrastructure we built with these gigantic gas stations. Like, you saw it from when we were kids, little stations on the corner.
Yeah.
To I still
Sheets,
yeah,
letters.
I told somebody this, that my dad was part of some like sort of local chamber group when I was a kid. And he took me to one of the breakfasts. I don't know why I remember this. I was 13, and I remember the guy talking about in the future, gas stations are going to be more like grocery stores. And I remember thinking, what? Because I was thinking gum and what they had back then, soda.
Yeah, that's it.
And now I look at it, and there was one other session.
Grocery stores and restaurants.
Well, yeah, so you
so
have
many
that.
people eat it or at the
Yeah.
Wawa.
And then, the other one I remember that he took me to where somebody said in the future, won't have checks, we'll just have, the money will come directly out of our account.
Well, whoever you listened to must know what they were talking about. That was pretty good, actually. They were real forward thinking.
Plugging in is kind of.
Yeah, and that actually, it's funny that you brought that up because my dad and I have had that conversation for years. That where I grew up in the Midwest, everybody wants everything to be the latest, the newest, the greatest. And it's just in the suburban area I was part of, it's like the one county in the Kansas City area that gets a lot and always has been in the last 50 years. And everybody wants to replace, as soon as something's old, they want a new one.
Oh, really?
And it's the exact opposite of here.
Walmart mentality, that's what I was calling.
Well, and you go here, anytime there's a new thing, people are skeptical. Out there, it's like, well, when are you going to have it? When are you going to get it online?
What is my default is I'm not an expert. Sorry.
Right, I think we're going to start the next plenary session. Thanks for all your good energy. I know it's hard after lunch to keep that same level that you had this morning. Please, again, there's a lot of food and coffee. There's, I think, more snacks
Get
coming
yourself of those sandwiches.
in a little while.
They don't know
Nice cookie treats,
Ah,
hot dogs or
okay.
something. So please avail yourself of those refreshments. There will be a break. We're taking a 15-minute break at 3:30, but of course, feel free to get up, move around, and again, get more food. So this plenary session
Get more food.
is on economic development and equity. And our experts for this panel or for this topic are Marshall Snively of the Lancaster City Alliance and Winslow Mason of the Community Action Association of Pennsylvania. I'll turn it over to Marshall.
Well, the thing is. That's a line out of bed.
He was saying the tables are starting to get a little static.
Yeah.
Speak out.
Well,
They probably
why?
already come.
Good afternoon,
Well,
everyone.
I'm thinking, like, you don't just start on the one.
So again, I'm Marshall Snively. I'm president of the Lancaster City Alliance. And for those of you who don't know what we do, we are a private nonprofit organization. Our focus is on economic development and community development. We work pretty closely with nonprofit partners, the city, and private corporations. One of the aspects of our team is if you're downtown in the Northwest, or so we also have the folks that we call our ambassadors on red shirts, the bike squad. And we also manage the downtown investment district, which is if you're a property owner within the core area of downtown, you pay an additional assessment that provides for additional clean and safe services. So we do a lot. So we have really trying to keep a pulse on economic development activity in the city. And I have to say, walking around and hearing these conversations around these tables and the creativity that I'm hearing is just fantastic. So thank you all for participating in this. And while we're the last piece of this, everything that you've been talking about today is economic development. So and usually when people talk about economic development, they talk about sort of the bricks and sticks projects that you see, and the fact that there is $1.3 billion of investment activity occurring throughout the city, since 2015, which is huge for a city of this size. But what sometimes gets forgotten in economic development is, while it's great to see people invest in physical projects in the city, true economic development also results in that helping our neighbors, our communities, our neighborhoods also grow. So it's not just about getting projects out of the ground, but it's also about elevating the people and increasing quality of life in the city. So in your packet, you can see that the city as really want for economic development, we really want everyone in the city to benefit. So in the packet, you can see that the city has, unfortunately, much higher level of unemployment. And while that level of unemployment is lowering, It's, which is great to see. It also doesn't include the number of people within the city that are underemployed or those that have left the workforce because of things such as childcare or illness. All of that affects economic development as well. You can also see in your packet that we have some strong employment sectors in the city, healthcare. We have Lancaster General, and other organizations. The retail is strong in the city, not only in the annex areas, but in downtown. And one of the things we'd like to see is for neighborhood retail to come back to support our communities throughout the city. And interesting enough, while the city has lost manufacturing jobs, and you can actually look right out that door and see, years ago when that was Armstrong's headquarters, the city is a much different place. And while we've lost a lot of our large manufacturing companies, as you're doing this, as you're looking at your maps, I want you to keep in mind that there is demand for smaller scale manufacturing with the city, whether it's ice related, production related. And because this is a great place to be, we're well located city with, already have some great amenities, close to transportation, close to major highways. And because of the quality of life that we have here, it's a place of demand. So we do see, especially small startup companies looking to locate here. So it's always great to keep that in mind as we're looking at land use. Is there a place, as we lost some of our manufacturing, is there a place for smaller scale manufacturing still occur in the city? We're not going to get another Armstrong, but we may get an entrepreneur that may be 5 employees now, that may be 20 employees in the next couple of years. So when we think about economic development, that's also part of it. And economic development is really creating an atmosphere where people want to live, where people want to invest. And when we talk about investment, again, it's not just getting projects out of the ground, but it's also driving job creation. It's also helping our entrepreneurs find a space within the city so they can grow and thrive. As we, one of the things that Lancaster City Alliance does is manage the city's economic development strategic plan, which is a 15-year plan, which we are about halfway through now. So this makes this conversation even more important because the city's comprehensive plan really needs to align with this economic development strategic plan. And being halfway through this plan, this will really help with this recalibration. And part of that plan, there are key opportunity sites, and many of those sites are actually on your table. So this is also very beneficial. So there's a couple of things that I would ask that you keep in mind as you're looking, as you're giving thought to this. One is, and these are some of the things that we're focusing on. We focus on as part of economic development strategic plan building on strength. One is like sort of the traditional economic development. Where are opportunity sites, and how do we determine what should go there, and how do we ensure that there are tools for those projects to occur. And when we think about that, it's looking at all segments. Retail, it's office, and office is sort of in flux right now because post or COVID, we're not sure what the lasting effects will be for that. But job creation, really focusing on our entrepreneurs. We have a strategy in the economic development that is really targeting our fantastic entrepreneurial community that's in the city. In our neighborhoods, and making sure that they have the resources available to them to grow and thrive, and space for them to grow and thrive. There's always a lot of discussion about the great need for housing, which is here. Where should that go? What types of housing? And how does that mix within existing communities? And can it create new communities? That's what's so exciting about the conversations that you're having. We've already heard about transportation. How do these sites connect to one another? How do you get from one part of the city to another? All of that drives economic growth. And then finally, quality of life. No one wants to live. No one wants to invest in a place where they don't feel safe, where they don't have the amenities that they need or want. That's probably the biggest piece of economic development. And that is creating that space where people want to invest, where people want to live, where people want to grow their families. So I would ask you to keep all of that in mind. But here's the challenge, and you're probably saying this now. The city is small. 4 square miles, plus the annexes. It's very dense. It's historical. These are the strengths, actually. Dense, historical, and we're very, very protective of the historic nature of the city. But that's one of the reasons why it's so precious to us. It's also one of the reasons why it's so attractive and people want to be here. So with that said, land is scarce. So as you're looking at these, at these parcels, let's think about density. Are there areas where we can grow up to accommodate, and then how do we do that in scale that doesn't conflict with the rest of the city? And then really focusing on the quality of life aspects. Recreational space, creating areas where people want to come and create jobs, neighborhood amenities. As you're looking at creating new main streets, particularly, or bringing commercial activity back to areas such as Manor Street and others that had commercial hubs. This is the time to bring them back and support local business. And again, working with the entrepreneurs. Obviously, housing creation, and then also looking at and this is an important piece that is also part of those in the packet. The workforce development. And we talked about that there is a unemployment rate and the underemployment rate here that is high, and yet we're within a county that has an extraordinary number of job openings. As we think about economic development, let's also think about programs and spaces where we can help our residents with job training, to have access to those jobs and transportation. So again, economic development isn't really just about the bricks and sticks, but it's so much more than that. It's about raising the quality of life for everyone.
Hello, Mason. I'm actually I'm actually a Philadelphia resident, and I come to Lancaster. I've been with a group called Connect the Dots. Connect the Dots is doing consulting with the city of Lancaster around the comprehensive planning process. So that's how I got to be in this circle in the room with you all. I'm glad to be here. I wear a couple of hats. I'm actually Director of Racial Equity for the Community Action Association of Pennsylvania. Community Action is we have 42 anti-poverty agencies. That's what community action means. We have 42 of them across Pennsylvania, and there's actually one in Lancaster as well. So it's not in their head. Okay. So I'm actually part of the state association, and we support those agencies to help poverty. So that's one of my lenses. I'm also a community organizer. I'm actually in Philadelphia and have done many years in community organizing. And part of my work with Connect the Dots is I do a lot of stakeholder engagement, where we're doing kind of sessions like this and talking with people. Can you all hear me? Okay. And so that's another one of my lenses. So part of what you should think about when you think about equity, and I think the gentleman who asked the question earlier probably did more than I could ever do to help you understand equity. When he asked the question, how come the buses don't run on holidays and Sundays, right? And there's a reason for that question. And I won't get into that situation, but what you probably understand is there's impacts to that. There's impact to folks who can't access transit or work, or visit other folks. So those are the kinds of things that you think about when you should think about equity. The other thing, and so part of what really I'm hoping I can do in this session, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, is just to remind you of some things that you should think about when you're looking at all of the data. One of the things to remember is that whenever you see those disparities where whites and blacks and other people of color are not equal, it should not be that way. Okay, and what you should remember is a lot of the reason why it is that way is because of historical inequality and historical inequity. And so as you're thinking about that graphic in that packet is so powerful because it helps you understand the difference between equality, equity, and justice. And what we're really looking for, and what we're really hoping everybody can get to, is that justice part, where we're all on parity, we're all able to access and do the same things. So that's what we're looking at. So as you think about that data, as you look at housing, as you look at unemployment, as you hear about the statistics that Marcia talked about, just remember it should not be that way. And how do we get it to be? How do we work toward making sure that it's different? I remember walking around the tables, and I heard someone say, "We should demand more." And that's what I'm hoping you think about. Even I think when Will talked about transportation and access, there's this tendency to think that, well, that's just the way it is, and it'll always be that way. And so when you think about equity and equality, what you should think about is it's going to take work to get to the point where we're in the justice mode and where everybody has equal access. And so all the things that you see around disparities and equality, we want to change all that. And so as you think about the questions in your packet for today, and you think about what can we do to transform and to make things more equitable, think about the things that you can do, things about the actions that you can take. Who are the folks that we need to reach out to change the situation? Who are the folks that we need to talk to get access to different neighborhoods? And so those are the kinds of things that you think about when you think about equity. So I'm here to help answer those questions, to remind you to keep that at the forefront of all the work that you're doing. And so we'll be here to answer those questions that you're trying to do.
I apologize, but the wireless mic batteries died. So that's my fault. I think I left it on during lunch. So if you have questions, I will repeat the question and then the experts can come to the podium to answer. So any questions about economic development and equity? So the questions about incubators and entrepreneurs and space for doing that work.
It depends on the space, but actually your first question is, do we work with assets? The answer is yes, and there actually is a sort of an organization that in partnership with Access we created, which is the Entrepreneurship Institution, and it's the resource providers throughout the county that provide resources for entrepreneurs, no matter what stage of business you're in, to gain access to all of the information and tools that are available to them. So there's actually a Cultivate Lancaster website that you can go to, and it lists everyone. It has a calendar of events and programs that are available to entrepreneurs. To answer your question about incubator space, it depends on what time, what type of work. Southern Market has been developed as sort of a food incubator space. There are some organizations like out of Millersville, like Make 717, that is sort of maker space. Part of the job of the Entrepreneurship Coalition is to sort of get a better handle on the needs for incubator space, and then find those partners to help implement that. So there's some out there. Sort of in the beginning stages of this coalition, but your question is a good one, very timely. So the short answer is yes and impossibly.
Other questions? Yes.
One good job. I'm wondering how it is qualified.
So this is a question about what page is that? Okay. Oh, the one good job, right. Okay, so this is a question about some of the information in the briefing document about one good job. And the question was how to quantify hope.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
So my Lancaster team warned me, they're gonna be tough questions, right? How do you quantify hope? Well, there's no perfect answer to this. Let me just take a stab at it. I always equate hope with in the doing, right? What is the action we're taking? What are the steps that we're taking to change a situation or reduce inequality? So when you think about quantifying it, I would often look at what programs are in place to help address that particular inequity or disparity. Are there people who are working on this issue? Are there policies in place to help address it? So when you think about hope and change, which I think is what we're looking at, it's also looking at what's in place to make this happen. Because without those actions, I'll often argue there's no hope. If we're not taking steps to change a situation, we're not, that's where hope comes from. It comes from actually taking those steps and creating those programs, implementing those policies, putting those systems in place, looking at systems that are inequitable and changing them. And so the more you can see those things that are in place, that's how you can, that's one way. It's not the perfect way, but it's one way that you can quantify hope.
It's a good answer. Very tough question. Other questions? Silence is sometimes awkward. Let you ruminate. Maybe there's a question. More questions? Hey, if not, thank the panelists. And now it's time to deliberate about economic development and equity. Don't forget to get some food. Looks like more snacks have been brought.
Cool, that's what we need.
More snacks, more sugar.
More carbs.
Get the carbs and the sugar going here. And I'm looking at the soda too. I'm thinking that. Who is
Rice Krispies?
Yeah, they are. And who is in charge of the health food here?
Yeah, this is like where Alice Yoder always gets mad. And
Oh boy,
says,
she would be very. Where are the carrot sticks? That's an awesome. Or pretzels. I mean, they're carbs, but they're still. Oh my God, they have actual candy.
Yeah, I still remember my favorite quote from Alice one time. But she goes, I was trying to get the hospital to do the right thing on a couple things, and I said, please don't make me go out wearing a paper bag over my head.
Poor Alice. Like, man. I miss her on TV. Was this the question?
No, it made James, our previous director, so mad when she said, I don't really understand how things get on the tip. How does that work? And
I
James was
remember
just like,
that.
There's a process. There's a process.
I want to know everything about it, said Alice. Yeah, basically. I don't trust it. I want to hear it. What is the process?
So Kate, what recommendations do you have for me for T-Tech? And we can make it a more active process.
Nice use of
Use of today's word.
Yeah, that's a good word.
How can you make it more hopey changing? That's what I want.
Changing.
I'm looking at, I see both that option to go virtual as well as in person. I've been taking advantage of that for one reason. During people started scheduling Zoom meetings right up against it. So literally getting from a Zoom meeting to T-Tech presented an issue. So that was helpful. It's, I'm not getting there. So how to make it more engaging? They could put people on the spot. You can always go around the room and say, what do you think about this?
night and.
Tuesday night? All right, we're going this Tuesday. Because our kitchen's being worked on and we're getting really tired of cooking in our bathroom and things like that, you know, doing dishes in the bathroom, cooking in the living room. It's getting a little tiresome.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's, thank goodness it's summer to get all the fresh vegetables and all you do is steam them on a hot plate.
Yes.
But still, we're tired of it. So I don't
No,
know.
I'm gonna have to do a project at my house too. I'm thinking of hiring a friend of mine do the kitchen and bathroom.
Okay, we've reached that moment.
You're lucky, I have a friend. that will
Do the
I got
final
a friend
plenary
that's-
session here where I think we're gonna have each group.
He called me after.
I think we'll have each group report out their answers to these questions.
This is the younger folks.
So if you want to.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so I think the way we'll do this is we'll go question by question, but then, and then we'll just go in order of the groups, A, B, C, F. And just get your, you know, you might have more than one answer to the question, that's fine, just your main takeaway to these questions. So let's start with, on question number 1, which is look back over the work you've done today. What are the most important things for the city planners to consider about your site, your specific site? So let's start with Group A, the county prison site. Whoever wants to report out can. Okay. Well, I don't have, yeah, just speak up if you can.
Most important things to consider regarding that site, this route, I would preserve the original full building to make it part of whatever. To look at it as addressing housing needs, the small units, affordable rents that people can input with their sense.
So, okay.
Okay, in the package says this area. The whole idea.
Sure. Okay. Okay, good, thanks. All right, Group B, South End area.
So for the south end,
Are you good? Okay, so group C, Manheim and Fruitville Pike corridors.
So, we are also trying to do that wetland here, so we want to like build, not build on top of it, but build it out, figure that, and make it more like a destination than have it right now, it's like fenced off and kind of like protected that way. So we want to make that more accessible. And then in this particular area, there's a lot of, there's two big malls and a lot of that parking space is used. So, we want to put more like green space there, just all around this area. And maybe apartments, but we don't know how to invest in more of that. But, yeah, a lot more green space.
Okay.
More accessibility to it, about walkability to this area. It's like it's mostly accessed by vehicles, a lot of traffic, not safe for everybody. Ride or walk, there's not sidewalks. But access this area, and it's like an annex part, but still mostly, it's mostly part of the city. So it doesn't necessarily feel like the city, but it's like a destination that's accessible by also walking, biking, potentially like linking somehow with Long Park, because on the other side of Manhattan Pike, there's not an access point to Long Park, but it's cool if there was.
Okay. So we tend to catch up. Okay, good. Like me, she's a lefty, so you can tell that slant to her writing. I'll be able to interpret it because I'm a lefty. Okay, group D, Northwest Triangle.
So our plot of land is actually largely. So one of the things we talked about is really taking a holistic vision of the site, making sure it's well connected to both the city and county. Some public input as that development happens. I would want to see some green space preserved, especially to kind of separate the industrial land. Water feature, walking trails, but also really interested in mixed use type of housing, especially the train station and kind of around some of the FMM and the magazines we've done. It could look like how commercial space. One of the most important things that we talked about were that some of that housing is affordable, but it's not housing that's about a lot, and also that we think about the transportation options because people who might want to travel to this part of the city want them to be right near the train station, they might not have a car, but they might not have options to want to be downtown. How do we make that quickly for more kind of city focused? Those are some of the highlights.
The connectivity is important for us. I feel like North Charlotte Street kind of cuts off of that new behavioral hospital, and we need a better route there into that neighborhood. And also maybe some sort of access from Louisville Road to bring into that neighborhood that isn't keeping Manhattan Pike or so that there's an alternate route that maybe like a traffic circle to slow it down and kind of make the traffic for neighborhoods.
Accessibility. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, away into. Okay, go ahead. We'll give you a minute to rip off that. Yeah, just a couple. Great, okay, group E, Sunnyside Peninsula.
This is South Street. And this is the There are other green spaces here, but this is actually not a good street. Like to create series of steps. Southeast neighborhood, connect the bus routes down to the trails and maybe even a trolley, not a trolley with tracks, with a bus trolley, it goes on the, not like taking the bus, but it's something like that to go around the park, so some nature trails in here. Oh, we also spoke about grants for the current residents of this neighborhood. We all thought it was very important to invest in the things that they already have there and not further developing this area is pretty challenging. Logical things going on. So just investing in this neighborhood, maybe organically people would be attracted to. Yeah, avoiding large housing projects, not stopping something there. What's already here as far as nature and with the resources that are around them, but they currently have access to it.
I think also there could be a potential historical component to this site with a Native American settlement that could have been there, and maybe more research could be done to identify if there's anything that could lead to that, and potentially even make it even more touristy for people to kind of like read different aspects of the history of the location and help it with just bringing people to enjoy the space there. So it's one of the other things we discussed as well.
Clarification. Good, okay. And group F, the typical residential neighborhood.
We have a number of things here. We just have a hypothetical neighborhood, so it's a little more difficult to be specific about. So we got more broad base in terms of taking a view from about 5,000 feet and what we can do in any neighborhood that we improve the quality of life. We started out with being sure that there are services within walking distance within the neighborhood. And by that, I mean like the doctor's office, the dentist's office, the hairdresser, even down to the pizza shop, things that you use on a monthly or yearly basis, or the guy that does your taxes, that all that is within the neighborhood. So if you don't have to get in your car and drive to Manhattan Township to go to some new medical group or the doctor's. The other thing that affects that quality of life, in I think any neighborhood in the city, is the horrible condition of our sidewalks. And I know in my neighborhood, the city's come through and started to mark up the sidewalks. Both to the homeowners or the owner of the property, whether it be a rental investment owner, is that you have X amount of time to fix the sidewalk, so we'll do it with our contractor to work out a payment plan, which is wonderful. And I think that should be expanded to all sections of the city. If you want people to walk, they have to be able to not trip. And I was amazed by the statistic that 30% of the households have a disabled person. That could be any kind of disability, but if you're in a wheelchair or you're having trouble walking, you trip over the sidewalk, you don't want to be, you're not going to want to walk around the city, you're going to hop in your car. The other thing that I think all of us will attest to this, and the mayor's not here, the streets are terrible. The city streets are horrors. And I know it's a budgetary issue, and somebody earlier talked about how the funds are allocated down from the state. And, Pennsylvania has the highest gasoline tax in any state in the country, some of those dollars have to work their way in the plan. And I know it's a dollar, cent, but we really need a more comprehensive plan to say, we're gonna fix. And I know that if you ask the mayor, she'd say, we're gonna fix these three streets this year, and these three streets next year, and these three streets 5 years from now. Well, the streets are getting ahead of the building. What we found, what we believe they are. One thing we talk about is in terms of housing density, because so much of this, of our hypothetical, I think the whole city is so built up, is can the city be more lenient in converting single units to 2 units? Now, you have to meet the code and you have to have separate bathroom and separate kitchen. But with all of these 1 person and 2 person households, do they really want a 3-bedroom house to live in? And can they afford a 3-bedroom house? Someone just coming out of school with their first job. But if there be more 2-unit buildings in the city, that person could find a place to live with maybe a more reasonable rent than moving into some of this new construction that's 2001. And so some more flexibility from that standpoint. And also in terms of building up the city, we talked about literally building up. Taking some of the downtown buildings, and maybe 3 stories, and maybe changing some of the codes and saying, let's make that a 5-story building. Let's not say you can't build over 35 feet. Let's make some exceptions in certain sections of the city that say, let's put some units above that, 1 or 2 bedroom units that become more affordable because you're building, I think, on top of the existing building, rather than breaking ground and starting from ground up with the utilities. I guess that's about, we talk about a lot of things like this.
Great, thank you. All right. In the interest of time, maybe this second question, we could do this kind of relatively rapid fire. Maybe we could get the 1 most important addition and the 1 most important thing to avoid in planning for your site. All right. Group A, most important addition, most important thing to avoid.
Everyone has said that whatever comes on the site, it should fit with the architectural history, fit in with the neighborhood, sector history that's there, that celebrate the use. And I think maybe the biggest thing to avoid from the industry would be point building due to the hospital.
Good. Okay. Group B.
So we think that the most important thing
See?
Or it would be more of the parking involved.
Sorry, their answers are rapid fire, but you writing them takes a little longer. Sorry about that. Group D.
I would argue that most important things for our site were things like a grocery store and some basic needs like clothing, affordable housing, and also tree cover. And something to avoid, I heard a lot of our kids claiming that right now it's kind of disjointed, how that it's not on a traditional grid approach. So some of the confusion of the base is to get around, so we need to point and that.
Okay, group D.
Yeah, for our side, we believe that creating more pathways for people to enjoy the location, specifically develop trails so that people can walk and recreate the area. Also providing the ability to like a bus stop throughout the site so that people from out of the location and from the location can travel in and out of the area. And then to avoid heavy building of housing in the area, just trying to make sure that it's preserved as space because of how the area is already set up.
And group F.
So we said the most important thing for us would be affordable and close grocery stores or markets. And then to avoid building or having new buildings that do not fit Lancaster's current architectural style.
Good, okay. All right, so the third question, again, maybe we can do this relatively quickly. So the question is, in order to accomplish smart growth and accommodate the needs of the city, we know we must develop more intensively in some places. So based on the work you've done today, where in the city is most appropriate for intensive growth? So some of your sites you may not think are appropriate for that, for dense intensive development. So maybe we start with those that think they have a site where that would be appropriate. Yep.
Actually, one of the vision for the site.
So group A, so the county prison site, definitely one. Any others that thought definitely were a candidate for intensive development? Yeah, is that group D?
Yeah, so not the entire area, but we do think that there are two areas that could have some good potential growth right by the train station. Single apartments for people that commute, and then over on this end, probably where we are now, having some multi-use commercial and residential kind of along why. And we talked about if we were going to go up for intensive growth, so that it should be closer to the center of the city to try and keep the aesthetic nice and flow. Trying to keep it downtown hub if we're gonna go.
Anybody else? Candidates for intensive growth. Well, now think about the whole city. So you've all residents of the city and you know other parts, not just your site. Does anything come to mind that you think would be a good candidate other than what's been mentioned? Good place where we could do sort of intensive growth. Yeah.
I would like how guys act having everything. The prison site, at least, you have like the entire city block.
kind of rare. We get a lot of it into one active area, even then.
The other thought, yeah.
We talked, I don't know if this is right on topic, but we talked about maybe the concept, you see this in other towns, of taking one city street and permanently closing that street off. So it becomes a place where people would gather, not just First Friday, but also on First Friday, but another time, maybe even have a small band show there, where you might have musical entertainment or other kinds of activities, small plays, or what have you, to draw people into town, to make it more of a community feel there. And whatever businesses put on that block on either side, would hopefully thrive in terms of having customers that go in the shop or to buy something to eat, or get a beer or a glass of wine. That's some seating out there. But I was just recently up in Ithaca, New York, and they have 4 streets, I'm not suggesting 4, right in the center of town that are completely closed to traffic. And there's lots of people walking across, not in the middle of January. There's lots of activity, there's places to get food, there's places to sit, and they had some street performance there. I'm not sure. Recommend that. In addition, with the guys had the hat out for the dollar. But maybe taking one city street, this might be controversial for people that have to drive around that. But once it gets established that, hey, that first block in North Queen or whatever, you just can't drive on it.
Right. Any other thoughts of a particular place in the city that might be a candidate? Okay, if not, then let's go to question 4. I'm really interested to hear answers here. So what have you learned about your specific site that you could apply to the entire city? So now let's, extrapolate. What lessons can we learn from your site about the entire city? So we don't have, well, maybe we should, well, we don't have to go in order. Let's just hear people's, we'll mark the group, but we'll go out of order. So anything that comes to mind, lessons learned about your specific site that might apply to the entire city. Big takeaways here. Yes, group B.
Another thing that came up a lot with definitely talked about is like the parking innovation, that there are a number of lots, highway lots that aren't. How can we integrate that into some of the parking? Part of the business owners are like, well, use them or all it's not okay for them. So kind of think about some parking innovation.
Great, thank you. Other thoughts, other lessons? Yes. Group B. Okay, great. Other thoughts?
Group B, one of the things that we discussed that we believe is really important is access, especially to those areas of the city that are not as easily accessible. Like, only if you drive, you can get to that place. But well, how can we make sure that people can either walk or bike to different parts of the cities that right now are not as accessible in those ways? So just make sure that we provide ways for people in the community to be able to use their bodies and take a walk.
Great. Right. Others, yes.
I think looking at larger cities, and we try to apply some ideas to Lancaster itself, where we can have bike paths, and an important thing was safety. So having barriers to block off bike paths and your cars, that was, we talked a lot about that. And then basic public transportation in and out of the city. So from more suburban areas to the heart of Lancaster. That's kind of overview.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Yes.
I think public transportation should be available to go in all parts of the city. Instead of just, sitting there 5 blocks from where you want to go.
Right.
More small, smaller unit houses. Sidewalk safety. Taking into account the effect of the development of surrounding neighborhoods.
Right. Okay.
Some things that came up in our discussion around accessibility and foot or on bicycle would be continuity of sidewalks. So as a pedestrian, if you're walking along the sidewalk and then all of a sudden there is no sidewalk anymore, then you're in the street and that creates a safety hazard. Also for bike lanes, same issue, but thoughtfulness in how bike lanes are executed as well. I bicycled here this morning and came partially on Walnut Street, and I didn't use the bike lane that's there. And this maybe is just a personal preference, but I've never used that lane, even though it's separated from traffic by a lane of parked cars. Because every time you come to a cross street, traffic that's turning onto that street is likely to kick you out on a bicycle because they don't see you because of the parked cars there. So, I mean, I don't claim to be an expert in that area, but as we look to expand bike lanes, I think, talking to experts and figuring out how can we best do this so that vehicles and bicycles can coexist.
Yes. Yes. Sure. Thoughts or lessons that can be applied to the city. Yeah.
Something that
Complicated. Trade-offs, right? Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, before I wrap up and send you on your way with your checks, I think Douglas would like to make a couple of comments.
Sure. First, I just want to say that was incredibly inspiring, and I really appreciate everyone's efforts today. Thank you for taking part in this. I learned a lot just listening to you. Yes. Okay, just a couple of quick announcements. Over at this table, we have some swag. We've got pins, clips, chip clips, water bottles. Please help yourself to whatever is left there. It's one of our party gifts to you. Number two, we have an online engagement platform called Engage Lancaster, and you can give your feedback on city projects there. You can keep up with what we're doing, stay informed. You don't have to attend a public meeting, although we welcome that too. You will have to register, just forewarning, but we really welcome your participation there. And we have some flyers over there with QR codes that will lead you directly to the site for 2 surveys that we have on the comp plan right now on more detailed topics. Number 3, while you're thinking about planning and all the complex decisions that may go into it, we welcome your further participation. We have public meetings regularly. Come and join us at City Hall. You can volunteer for a neighborhood group. We also have the Neighborhood Leaders Academy that is annual at the city, and you participate in a training program and with the possibility of some grant funds to take on the project of your own in your neighborhood. And then lastly, our boards and commissions are always looking for good neighborhood volunteers. I know we have 2 positions open on the planning commission right now. One, you can live anywhere in the city. The other one, you have to kind of live in like the downtown and upper north, kind of central section of the city. But if you're interested, just please get in touch with me today. I can give you my card and you can shoot me an email. Thanks again. I think that's all I've got.
I would just say, just want to echo Douglas's point about being inspired. I mean, I'm not surprised that we heard the kind of thoughtful and really sophisticated analysis that you were all able to do. But if you'll just indulge me for a second, I've got a kind of nerdy professor a little bit, but this is what we envision democracy to be. And this is why we want to do these kinds of forums regularly in the city and in the county and ideally in the state and the nation. Because if you go back centuries, back to ancient Greece, one of the criticisms of democracy was always, well, average people can't really govern because they don't know enough. And even if they know enough, they're probably not smart enough to do it. I think this puts the lie to that. This shows that you give people information and you give people time to think about it with one another. Average people can self-govern. And so I'm really inspired by this because, like I said, I'm not surprised to see all this. But it is, in my mind, it is democracy in action. And I think this sort of deliberative democracy idea, it won't replace representative democracy, and maybe it shouldn't, but it's kind of a patch to some of the problems that we see in the way our representative democracy works nowadays. So I can't thank you enough for taking a whole day and putting in the hard work to do this kind of thinking. But I really, really appreciate it, and it's very inspirational. So thank you all very much. Okay, so we would like at F&M to follow up with a survey that we would email you if you're interested in doing it. If you're not, just tell us on the way out that you don't want to be contacted. But if you're interested, we'd like to get some feedback on the process itself. And so we'll send you a survey in the next few days or few weeks, unless you don't want to be contacted, and then just tell us on your way out. Otherwise, you just have to sign out and you'll be given your check and then you are free to go. So thank you very much again for taking the time.
Impressive bunch.
I love an event where I don't have to take the tables down and do stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah. You can just sneak right out the door. That was great working with you all today.
Yeah, see you.
I know I'll see you too. If I don't see you again, have a great life. Yes, you too. It's nice meeting you. Well, you never know when you're going to see somebody again. So really, you gotta give them a little bit of a. Oh, have a great life. Have a great
And
life.
now I know about signing, so I appreciate it.
And a long one. A long one. Long and healthy.
And I know everything about her life, so there we go.
Yeah, more than you want to know. That's as much as I talked about my brother in 2 years.
Well, you enjoy the rest of your weekend too.